God. I'm trying to be. Hmm? Kiwi.
I always wake up. It's not early. It's 11. I looked up. I looked up my old friend Nick,
Yeah.
who I studied alongside in high school.
Yeah, he spelled that girl for me.
He used my dating
Yeah.
profile to get a girl. Yeah, so I wouldn't have been interested. But yeah, we've heard of each other before. Yeah. He works days software. Apparently. He works in a construction. Yeah. 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 He works obviously interested in the software, the systems that he's creating and stuff. It's just, I know what I'm interested in, but it's not really like, because I'm interested in up there showing the process and explaining it to the kids, right? Yeah. No, that's exactly what I do. It's, yeah.
As long as we can.
Did you eat it all? Hmm? Oh, sniff, sniff. Sniff, sniff. They're happy. They're happy. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness, guys. Oh my goodness. Oh, gotta clean my glasses. Ow. I want to play Game Boy. I want to play Game Boy. I want to play on my DS. That sounds fun. I want to play Luigi's Mansion. Luigi's Mansion. Yeah. I like those characters, Mario and Linguini. Mario and his brother Linguini. Linguini's Mansion. A pasta mansion. No, not sound. I wanted to check. Mic. Yes, it is. The LSC USB audio. Okay, cool. Where'd Kiwi go? Oh, she's in the window. Okay, cool. Alright, hey, how's it going, everyone? Big Pasta Gaming here once again, and today we are... Oh, we're not gonna play Elden Ring. Well, not right now, at least. I just put it on just because I need to have a game running when I stream. But, I mean, I could have put up Rocket League, so you guys could at least hear some music. But, yeah. My speech is due in 8 hours. 9 hours. 9 hours. Anyway, I gotta practice it. Hey! Hey! I have both cats in my room, so they're a lot of... I actually should probably kick Yoga. I just gave her a can of food, though, so I don't want her going out there and eating... Hey! No. I just said no to her once, and she was in the position to lick herself in a specific spot, but she meowed at me 4 times in a row, and at various intervals. So I think so. Which means that she had the urge to lick herself. But she had the urge to lick herself, but she knew I was going to scold her for it. So instead she meowed in protest, but she didn't do it. Replacement behavior is what they teach you. If someone, particularly a kid, is doing something bad, then a little tip for you guys: if you're raising a kid and they're doing something bad, and they just won't stop doing that bad thing, then you can't just scold them out of it, right? You can't be a parent who, induces fear. You need to instead. You get them to stop doing the behavior, but you give them a replacement behavior instead, right? if, like, let's do a basic example, right? Let's say a kid has an itch, right? He has a bug bite and it itches because he gets bug bites and they itch. But then he itches them, and he itches them with his sharp nails, and they eventually bleed and scab up, and he's destroying his skin for it. Obviously, you can't have him itching his bug bites, right? So, but you can't just tell the kid don't itch your bug bites, and you can't just do that with nothing else. And you can't just threaten things. Oh, if you itch your bug bites, then no dessert tonight, right? It's not going to work because the kid's going to go for it's a kid. The kid is going to go for that instant satisfaction of satisfying his itch, satisfying the itchy bug bite, and he's going to forego, and he's going to take whatever consequence is going to come to him later. He's going to be pissed at the consequence, but he's not going to stop his behavior, right? Because the behavior itself is it's an instinctual compulsion on his part. It's something that he biologically wants to do. He wants to itch that bug bite. It's a need that needs to be satisfied, right? So, you need to, instead of trying to remove the behavior of itching the bug bite, you need to replace it with something else, right? There needs to be a substitute, right? Classroom can't run without a teacher, so instead of, if the teacher's absent, can't have a classroom running with no teacher. You need a substitute teacher, right? Same thing with behaviors. If a kid's doing something bad or detrimental to himself, and he won't stop, then just from being told no, then you need to give them something. You need to give the kid something else to do instead, right? Replace the behavior. So whenever he gets a bug, so let's say, okay, for this example, and this is a very ideal situation. I doubt it would work in real life, but if he gets a bug bite and it itches, give him a squeeze. Give him not you a squeeze, but like give him a squeezy toy, right? Like one of those baby like toys where it's just this little like rubber. It's like this tan colored rubber figure. It's like it fits in your hand, and you squeeze its body, and its eyes and nose pops out. You guys know the one. Normally the little figure, it's in the shape of a person but with no arms or legs, and it's tan colored, and it has a head with like 2 blue eyes and a red nose. And when you squeeze it at its body, it feels like rubber, and when you squeeze it at its body, its eyes and nose pops out, and it gives your hand some resistance when you squeeze it. Give the kid one of those and say, okay, you have a bug bite. Whenever it itches, don't itch it. Grab the squeeze toy and squeeze it. Squeeze it. Squeeze it as much as you would itch that bug bite, and maybe the kid will squeeze it. Maybe the kid will squeeze it so hard that it almost breaks, right? But that's a hell of a lot better. But the thing is, he's doing that, and then eventually the itch will go away. Eventually the urge to itch his bug bite will go away. Now he has replaced itching the bug bite with squeezing the toy. He's feeling the itch, and yes, it is a little painful, and he has to, reassociate the behavior of itching the bug bite, but he has a replacement in order to redirect his need to itch. You have him squeeze that toy whenever he gets an itch. You have him do that for maybe 2 years. Every time he gets an itch from a bug bite, he's got to squeeze that toy. Have him do that for 2 years. Over the course of the 2 years, it'll get easier and easier for him to cope with the itches. It'll be really hard for him to cope with it in the first place. So you have him squeeze the toy, and if he's able to do it successfully when he gets an itch, you give him a reward. Extra dessert tonight. Or you get, a 30-minute hangout with dad during his lunch break, or I don't know. We can go to the ice cream shop later because you're so successful. Whatever, right? I don't care. I'll give you $10 if you don't itch your bug bite. Fantastic, right? Any kind of reward to encourage the kid to use the squeeze toy instead, but you can't just give the reward. You can't just offer the reward to the kid. You have to give a replacement behavior so it's easier for the kid to earn that reward. And then eventually the kid is going to learn to redirect his itching compulsion towards squeezing the toy. And then eventually at the end of 2 years, it's going to get easier and easier for him, and he's going to feel it to be more natural, and the urge to itch, the bug bite itself, will go away. Now after 2 years, you can take away the toy, and he no longer needs to itch his bug bites, and he no longer needs to squeeze a baby toy in order to stop himself from itching a bug bite. There you go. In theory, that would work, and for some kids it does work. That's actually a strategy that some parents employ with their kids. So, I mean, that's just one of many things, right? But it's this idea of replacement behaviors, and it's replacement behaviors in the sense that you're doing something bad. We need to have you do something that's technically less bad. And squeezing a squeeze toy isn't that bad, right? Obviously, but, you know, what I was taught was when I had a bug bite is I wasn't taught the squeeze toy thing. While that will work, and that's probably a good solution, it's a little inconvenient to always have to carry around the squeeze toy whenever I have a bug bite on my leg. So instead, what I was taught was don't itch the bug bites, itch the area around the bug bite, itch in a circle around the bug bite, but don't itch the bug bite itself. And I did that, and it still felt stimulating in order to itch that area, but I wasn't itching the bug bite itself, and so I wasn't breaking the skin and giving myself scabs. And that's what I do nowadays, right? It's a replacement behavior. I'm still scratching myself when I have a bug bite, but but the thing is, I'm not scratching the bug bite itself, and I'm not like making myself bleed over it, right? So I'm scratching around the bug bite. It's still satisfying, and it's a replacement behavior because I'm still scratching my skin. It's still a little bad, but it's not as bad as if I were to scratch the bug bite itself, right? There's less consequences. It's a replacement behavior because it's still something that's not good. Prefer you not to scratch at all, but if you have to scratch, here's something to scratch, right? Scratch the area around the bug bite. That's what I was taught, and for me it works. I mean, anything works, so it's not like it doesn't. Are Oreo cookie shakes amazing? That's like asking if... Oh, they always cut off the notification. LA County mask mandate will officially end Friday. Oof. Big invasive Joro spiders, experts say, will begin to cover the entire East Coast. Oh, those spiders look giant. They just have this picture of this giant spider. I mean, probably the size of like your chest, and they're really big, long black arms that look like, or black legs, I guess, that look like, you know, claws, kind of like a singular, like needle, like a bent needle, kind of. And they have a really bright, and they're black, but its body is like blue and yellow striped, like really bright and vibrant blue and yellow striped for a body, but it's got a black head and black arms, and the thing looks scary. Holy crap. East Coast, so I don't have to worry. Begin to cover the entire East Coast. The East Coast can expect to see these webs around late May and early June. Giant parachuting spiders. Parachuting spiders? Oh my god. What, so they're gonna jump and then parachute down to the ground? Oh, hell yeah. Originally from Japan, the 3-inch long Joro spider... Oh, 3 inches. Okay, so probably the size of my hand. So not that big. The picture made it look bigger. Made its way first to Georgia, and has begun to slowly spread out. Oh, so it starts in Georgia. So if you guys live on the East Coast and you're close to Georgia, then be careful for these spiders. It's disgusting, said Anna Reed. A big no. said Danisha Match. Oh, Lord Jesus, said Gregory Lightfoot. University of Georgia scientists have released a study saying the 8-legged residents are about to become even more prolific in Georgia and spread up and down the entire East Coast. It doesn't have anything that's controlling its population size in the new habitat, but it has perfect conditions to spread. So it doesn't have any natural predators, which means that it's going to keep reproducing. How did this thing get from Japan to Georgia? Scientists say it will continue to spread because of its ability to survive the cold. Well, if it's starting off in Georgia, which is pretty far south, then it's not like it has to, survive through snow or anything. Does it snow in Georgia? No, Georgia's about the same elevation as California is, or Southern California, so. Georgia. I'm trying to remember my United States map. Come on, 4th grade knowledge. Come back to me. In our experiment, we exposed them to a brief period of cold, only for a couple minutes, at below freezing temperatures, and most of the Joros did just fine. Most of them? And you only did it for a couple minutes? Well, a prolonged winter should wipe them all out. Researchers have found the spiders can travel using their webs, like balloons or parachutes, to ride the wind, but it's unknowing humans who will spread them quicker. We have a Joro being found in Oklahoma. We've tracked a person who made the observation. It turned out as a student from here. Wait, really? Oh no. So a student from Georgia had a spider attached to him or his belongings or something, and then he flew over to Oklahoma, and the spider traveled with him. And now the spider's in Oklahoma, and it's gonna spread. Dang. So what states are close to Georgia? There's Alabama, Florida, South Carolina. Oh, so it's gonna spread outwards like a web, literally. Ooh, this spider looks scary. It's only 3 inches big, so it's not like it's that bad. I mean, the size of a normal person's hand, spread out. It's still a big spider, but they're not the gigantic Australian spiders that I've seen crawling on houses over there. So. Joros don't appear to have much of an effect on local food webs or ecosystems. As menacing as the big spider looks, experts say they're scaredy cats and you're highly unlikely to be bitten by one. Oh, the spiders are scaredy cats. I thought they were talking about the people who were afraid of the spiders. Oh, you're all a bunch of scaredy cats. The spider's harmless. You're highly unlikely to be bitten by one. Its fangs are so small relative to most human skin that it probably won't be able to get its fangs into you even if it wanted to. Experts say if you're unlucky enough to be bitten by a Joro, its bite feels far less than a wasp sting, just like a little pinch. That's like a needle being stuck into you. I'm just kidding. I'm sure it feels less than that. They do have a little venom, but like a bee or wasp sting, most will not need any medical attention. We can expect to see webs around late May to early June, but the really big female webs come at the start of fall. Okay, so they're these big spiders compared to human stings, right? 3 inches isn't that much. And they're gonna start spreading around the country. Cool. They say the East Coast. I'm gonna say the entire country. If they're attaching themselves to people's belongings and stuff, and people are traveling now that COVID bans are over, then they're gonna spread, and they don't have any natural predators. Then the spider's gonna spread throughout the country. Well, I can't wait for next year when I see a blue and yellow striped spider in my house. Even though I live the literal farthest away in this country that I could. That's not Alaska. Elden Ring Fia Quest. Should you let this girl hold you? Let's look at this article. Fia in Elden Ring seems like a pretty nice lady. A bit lonely perhaps, but someone who genuinely just wants to help. If you let Fia embrace you, the round table hold a status icon with a red square and an arrow pointing down appears below your health and FP bars. This indicates a reduction in your health. It's a small reduction of 5%, but it can still make a difference in most encounters, especially challenging ones such as Marga or the Godric boss fights. The debuff isn't permanent. You can get your health back by using the item Fia gives you with the hug. Balduchin's Blessing. Whether this is worthwhile depends on your playstyle. The hug debuff can have catastrophic effects, but the higher pose it offers means you can withstand prolonged assaults from enemies without breaking stance. The blessing isn't essential though it's worth using if you need an extra edge in battle. Oh, I see. Okay, so I can get the poise bonus from the blessing, and I can get my health back too from the blessing. Like it's a reduction in health, not FP. I was afraid that was a reduction in FP. That wouldn't make sense according to the chart that I looked at. Yeah, I would like 5% on health back. 5% is 25 health for me, I think. Something like that. So I do believe I have. I was looking up software scalability. What am I doing right now? I gotta practice my speech, but I'm gonna look at this first. Okay, alright. Oh, perfect. Alright. So, I look at my status. I have... Where's my poise? Wait, where's my poise? Poise. Oh wait, I have this on. Oh, poise is over there. Where's the thing that increases poise? Should be like a, yeah, it's this one. My poise is 0. But why is my poise still 0 if I have this thing equipped? Put on the wolf mask. And one of these. And one of these. And one of these. Oh dang. Look at all that poise. Alright, I got the poise. And then now, if I go and use the blessing, here. Small amount of FP, and now my poise is still at 60. But I think my health is 522. Poise is still 60. So let's teleport then. I want the extra health without the poise. Am I? Yeah, I have a heavy load right now. What if I put on carry-on staff? I don't want a heavy load. Okay. Instead of this, so the poise increases a percentage. It looks like it's 14 over 41. What's 14 over 41? 1440. 41's a prime number, I believe, so I would have to do division. 41 goes into 143 times. I'd be left with 17. It goes into 17 4 times, so it's 34%. So it's approximately. So I believe it's a 1/3 increase in poise. I'd probably be safe assuming that. Does not increase poise. Does increase equipment load though. My defenses go down pretty far. Wait, this doesn't even increase intelligence. What's the point of having this then? Yeah, wait, why did I have this on in the other boss battle when I was just going to be using magic most of the time? I do get a little more health, but I should probably be increasing vigor, to be honest. I'll take 85%. It doesn't matter. Alright, cool. Oh my god, ow. Oh, my bladder hurts. I can't. Oh, who's this?
Pleased to meet you. The name's Rogier, a sorcerer
Rogier.
by trade.
A sorcerer by trade?
But now I'm in this sorry state. I had a
He's
little
in this
mishap,
sorry state.
and
Oh, his
now I
flies
can't move.
flying around him.
As you might guess, it's far from ideal. Ah, I'm privy to a few magical battles. Would you care to learn one? Time can move rather slow. A little conversation.
I've debated about D.
Ah, so you've met Dee.
Wait, who's
Dee is an
D?
old friend. We found ourselves journeying together for a time, bound by our
Exploration of death.
But our paths have since diverged, never again to cross. Though that's hardly an uncommon fate for two friends. Dee was telling me that he discovered the mark of the centipede.
Mark of the
The
centipede.
centipede is an ancient symbol of the curse mark. As long as whoever finds and uses it is not nefarious by nature, then we may be able to form an alliance. If only I could speak to them in person. And if they were like you...
If they were like you, all the better. Huh. Sorry, kid. Grants affinities and skills to an ornament. Glintstone pebble. Wait, what? Does it turn my sword into a pebble? As well as pole arms capable of thrusting. Oh, I'm capable of thrusting, alright. Spinning weapon. Wait, so what are they supposed to be doing? Transform blade into a magical great spear and swing it down. Can be charged to increase its value. Oh, so this is that special skill that I have with my sword right now. That employs the glintstone sorcery of the same. Okay, so it casts a pebble. Oh, so that's what this picture is. It's just shooting a pebble. It shoots a pebble and then follows up with a strong attack. Follow up with a strong attack to chain the skill into a lunging thrust, performed while the ornament is still imbued with glintstone. Oh, I see. It's a cool skills, I guess. I have defeated Godric.
You defeated Godric and claimed yourself...
Yeah, I got a great rune.
Well done.
Well done, friend.
Something to mark the occasion. Go on. Take it.
What? A +8 rapier?
As you might have guessed, I still can't move. My fighting days are behind me. No need to be polite. I've no use for it anymore.
I guess it would make sense if he used to be a fighter, then he would have upgraded his main weapon.
Lately, I feel I'm on the precipice.
He's on a precipice,
of
falling into a deep, fathomless slumber.
fathomless. And I have
An inkling it could spell trouble for you somehow.
So I just wanted to get the apology
I want to get the apology out of the way beforehand, since you're so scary and all. Nice. Death. Okay, so this dude is... He still has his eyes open. He's just looking at my shoes. He had a rapier +8, he said. Or I said. Ooh, that skill's cool. Glint Blade Phalanx. By the enchanted knights who serve the king. Form an arc of magic glint blades overhead, which will attack foes automatically. Follow up with a strong attack to chain the skill into a lunging thrust. Oh, that's the one the giant was using when he summoned the swords to attack. This sword is a +8, and yet it hardly does any damage. It does 136 damage, which is nothing. I'm forgetting this. Well, I guess. Well, this one's +4, and it does 139 on both categories. So I don't know what this guy is on about, to be honest. How much is it gonna cost to
You've known how to lay out your arms.
lay out your arms? It's gonna... Okay, I have 2 of these sombering smithing stones, so I might as well use it. 810 souls. Can I grind for that somewhere? Yeah, I can grind for it here. Banished Knight Oleg. Try sneaking. Try stealth. Boom. Go on. Go on, Oleg. You can do it. Ah, you missed. Oleg, you're worthless. Yeah, stay on him. Oh my god. Prevent him from healing, at least. Yeah, there we go. 385. Let's... Okay. That's good enough. Now I just need to use 2 of these. And then we'll go over here. Ikenai, Ikenai. Let's go. I can't buy his skills anymore. Well, that's a shame.
I took you no man to lay out your own.
Yeah, you're gonna strengthen this for me. Yeah. I only have one of the Sawbang Stone 6s. This would increase my overall damage by 13 per. So 26. 36. I would get a total increase of 36. That's assuming they're not resistant to anything. It's not really that much. Inventory. I don't even have number 7. I like my carry-on greatsword. It's nice.
I am pleased. Would you like me to hold you? Then good day to you.
You don't get to hold me. You don't get to hold me. I'm gonna hold myself up and away. Nothing like every day. My shoes weigh more than my coat does. Oh my god. Oh my god. The cat statue doesn't do much. This silly guy. I look so lame. Oh my god, no. Put the wolf mask back on. Okay, there we go. I don't have to look at my guy's Asian face. Oh, why'd you make your guy Asian if you're just not gonna freaking... Okay. Anyway, so that's that. I don't particularly know. Okay, this sword does like 20 more physical damage, but no magic damage. So I would think that even if the enemy has a bunch of magic resistance, I think I would probably be giving up more damage. Not to mention the sword takes less energy to hit, which means I can get more hits on. Roger's Rapier. Plus do I don't have any decks. The Golden Halberd? No, that wasn't what I needed. Was it Lucerne the one? Oh, I can't fight in here. Okay. Oh, I don't like the swing of that. I don't like the swing of her cuff, you know what I'm saying? There we go. That's the motion I want. Sweep. Ooh, that was... Okay, so I can poke my enemy, basically. Wonder how it is on horseback. I'm at a heavy load right now. Yeah, I can't equip it because I need dex. I was gonna get more dex. Dex. I'm gonna get more dex for something. Oh yeah, for the glintstone. The glint blade staff. This doesn't do that much damage though. I want it to be lightning. Can I get lightning upgrade? This game isn't giving me the normally you can put like elemental attributes on your weapons. But it doesn't, I haven't found where to do that yet. I mean, it's just, there's the grease, I guess. Granting special dragon attacks? Oh. Inflicting fire damage, magic, poison, scarlet rot, blood loss, fire, and lightning. There's 2 fires? A drawstring fire. Yeah, but it's like, if I use... What? What the fuck? What the hell? Don't worry guys, it's just a tree moving. Where the hell? They can't see, they can't see me. Where am I? Where am I? Where am I? This is so stupid. What? Why does this exist? Okay. Okay. Head of the hold. Round table hold. Flasks. Okay. Quack, 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 quack. I only have Godric's. There's 15 slots here. Am I gonna have to fight 15 of these dudes? I'd love to. But... see, this weapon has physical and fire damage. This weapon cannot be two-handed. Aw. So I'm just gonna constantly punch with just one drag in my hand? There's other fist weapons that I have, and yes, I love fisting. There's the, there's a hook claws, which are like Wolverine claws. These are pretty fun. And there's the Cypher Pata, which is slash pierce, or which is it looks, it's still like a single Wolverine claw. But then if I can't do it in here. If I go down here and then I go like this, then I got both of them, and I can punch like this. It's awesome. And these do holy damage, so if I'm fighting like undead or something, then I could do like a lunge like that. It's cool. Unblockable blade. Oops. Imbues a Cypher with light, then lunge forward for a sudden piercing attack. This attack cannot be blocked. That's cool, so I could actually like use this to fight boom. Just like that. Bam. I could go through people's shields. Like, it's pretty cool. Anyway, I want to use those weapons. I want to be able to use them. The torch does fire damage as well. See, look at that. Even my torch is more powerful than the freaking greatsword that I'm using. Wow. Oh, sick. What? I can just breathe fire. Oh, hell yeah. Dude, the torch is a weapon. What? Oh, wait, I want to use this against enemies. Let's go to... Where's some enemies? Where would the enemies be? Oh, yeah, over here? Maybe. Where would the enemies be? Maybe, me. Get my torch. Try luring out. Oh, I don't have my HUD on. HUD. Yeah, fire. Fire. These guys will one-shot me, so. They got me. Well, it wasn't that powerful. It seemed like it would be, but I guess not. So I gotta do Counter Great Sword and the shield. The shield doesn't allow me to. Oh shit, no. That was a mistake. Oh no. Anyway, I gotta practice my speech. It's due in... Now it's 8 hours. Well, I wanna... Holy crap. Ah, damn it. Get over here. Yeah, there we go. LMAO. What's this guy doing? He's just standing there. What a weirdo. Is there like... That's not open from this side. Honk, 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 honk. We're going back to the round table. Okay. 2,400 spells. Ba-da-bop, ba-da-bop. Hey, Spirit Tuner.
Greetings. Are you here for...
Yeah, I'm here for Spirit Tuner. I like how, like, I'm the only customer. She's like, oh, I found a new purpose in life, knowing how to Spirit Tune. And then it's like, I'm the only one who's coming up to her to get my stuff Spirit tuned. What if I were ghost gloveworts? I don't want to upgrade one of these dudes, because it's like, what if I want to upgrade the other one instead?
Well, I took you no matter.
I took you for dead. I've been gone for like 5 minutes. Okay, I can duplicate any one of these. Loretta Slash. Use woolen pole arms and twin blades. Sacred Ring of Light. Hoarfrost Stomp. Double Slash. Hold the flat of the ornament to your face and pledge your resolve, powering up your next attack. Oh, I see. God, I'm hungry. Gather a sacred ring of light and then fire it forward. Can be fired in rapid succession. Hell yeah. Is my weapon is the pole arm here. Even after his lord was fled. Commander O'Neill continued to brandish this flag in the devastation of the rot-eaten field of battle, the sole veteran who remembers this place with pride. Huh.
Back already, no matter.
Lay out your arms. So if I go strengthen this one, I wanna be able to. Oh, that's considered a great spear. See, this one requires faith. This one does physical and holy damage. Holy damage. Okay. This one. I like how the more it goes up, the more of a negative it is, too. Colossal Sword. The Oath of Vengeance. 40 strength. Roger your Pierre. Oh, I don't know what weapons to do. Alright, well. I think there's a merchant that I could buy stuff from. Oh yeah, there is this person over here. Alright, him.
You've
received the wisdom of the Two Fingers.
Just as promised.
I bid you welcome as a true member of the Round Table.
I am known as
I'm known as
Gideon
Gideon
Ofnir,
Ofnir.
as a who wishes to stand before the Elden Ring and become Elden Lord. I am accumulating knowledge. To be all-knowing.
He wants to be the Elden
I belong
Lord?
to a select group of fellows. As such, I ask that you
Remain constant.
You'll be after more great runes now, eh? Then as your fellow, allow me to divulge the inheritors of the great runes, the Shard.
The Shard Bearers.
We of the Round Table.
We of the Round Table know
location
the
of
location of
five
five.
them, including the one you defeated. Godric the Grafted, Lord of Stormvale. General Radahn.
General Radahn,
Fought
okay.
Melania and her rot to a
That's the one I gotta fight.
standstill in the Caelid Wilds. Praetor Rykard, Lord of the Volcano Manor of Mount
Lord of the Volcano Manor.
the Grace Given, Veiled Monarch and Lord of Lane
Lord of Leinda.
and Renala,
Renala, Queen of the Full Moon.
Lord of Vale Lucaria's Academy. You'll still be after more great runes, won't you?
I'm gonna ask about
I
Nepheli.
understand you've been speaking to
Speaking
Nepheli,
with my daughter.
my daughter.
She is my daughter.
I took her in when she lost the guidance of
Oh, he
grace.
took her in?
Though a mere axe-wielding barbarian, her youthful credulity suited my purposes. So I
Credulity.
put her to work.
Suited
I
my
did not
purpose.
hesitate to employ her. Should her services benefit you, despite her looks, she is
Despite
more
her
than
looks.
capable in the press of battle.
Oh, okay, I guess.
So, Godric the Grafted, Lord of Stormvale. Despite being the blood of Godfrey, first Elden Lord, he's a grotesque old fool grasping for power. His castle lies upon the cliff to Limgrave northwest, but I suspect you know that well enough.
Yeah, I know that. I killed him. Tell me more.
So, despite being his castle, but I suspect.
Well, you know what? I'll save my quest for knowledge for when I actually have the headphones in. I can hear his dialogue. In the meantime. Let's buy stuff. The memory stone. the appearance of a cooperator? What? What ought to buy? B. I want the memory stone. So that'll be 3 golden runes, please. There we go. Now I have more memory slots. Yep. I have a 5th one there in the middle. I can equip another spell. I don't know why I would need to necessarily.
Are you acquainted with?
Are you acquainted with a man named Roger? Yeah, he's in the next room. Oh, yeah.
Hiding away on the balcony.
Hiding away.
He was a formidable spellblade in times past. Don't let his easy air deceive you. He was wise beyond his years, stout of heart and clear of mind. No more, though.
No more, though.
You see him now,
Ravaged by thorns, muttering and
muttering
rambling.
and rambling, like he's half dead.
Like he's half dead.
already.
I can't stomach to watch.
I can't stomach to watch. Take well the lesson.
Take well this lesson, friend.
That's how you end up when seduced by those.
Those who live in death, when seduced by...
Grace
Oh.
is sullied. It rots people from the inside. Breaks them.
Okay. Oh, this guy's name is D. This dude was... What the heck? Roger's bell bearing. The pointed hat. And his attire. Oh my god. Roger's letter. I want to read his letter. I forgot to tell you, but it seems D has a younger brother. I heard he lies in a deep sleep in the aqueduct beyond the eternal, beside the eternal city of Nokrom. Oh, I've been there. And it said that it said he stood before the Prince of Death not far beyond that spot. There's a Prince of Death over there? Oh, hell yeah. Oh yeah, I never read Celia's secret. The town of Celia hides the source. Light 3 flames atop the candle towers to break the seal. Oh yeah, I broke that seal. Oh yeah, there's a boss over there. That's right, I got the needle and he told me the secret. So, D has a younger brother. And there's a boss. There's the Prince of Death in the city of Nokrom. Hell yeah. Beneath Lindell, at the very bottom, lies our Lord of the Frenzied, the 3 fingers who hold us in thrall. 3 fingers? Wait, this place has 2 fingers. And they're saying that place has 3 fingers. Oh, that's the whole hand. Gravitational power that pulls can bring flying foes low. Oh, so what, I have to have gravity magic in order to do that? That's nice paintings. These are like, these paintings are like in Breath of the Wild when you get the photo album, and you have to find the spots in the photo album in order to like unlock your memories or whatever. Heavy fire damage. Oh, they require ritual pots. I don't like consumables in this game because they use the consumable even if you die to the boss. So if you die to a boss, then if you use a consumable against a boss and you die to him, then not only do you have to redo the boss, but you don't get that consumable back. So you use resources every single time you attempt a boss battle. I don't like that. Anyway, let's equip his armor sets. Yay, it is me. I'm going to look down and I'm going to die. Death. Well, he died. Dang it, he was selling some sorceries too. I don't get those now. Oh wait, no, I got his bell bearing. I can I look so dorky. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay. So even if someone dies, they just give you the ability to go to the shop later. Makes sense. Well, hopefully those people don't die. Bam. Oh, whoops. Oh no. Ah. God, I'm starving. My stomach is like really, really upset. Ah, hey. Stop. Stop. Alright. I'm changing my gear back. I don't want to deal with this. I barely have medium load. There we go. Cool. Alright. I can quit out here. I didn't do anything in the game. Well, I found that NPC. Alright guys, I'm gonna go, I'm gonna make myself some food, and then I wanna keep practicing my speech until I get perfect at it, and then I'm gonna go, and then I'll record it and stuff, so I'm gonna spend the better part of the stream doing that, but yeah, I'll be right back guys. I'm gonna get food. Be back in like 6 to 8 minutes. Where's the remote? Say so, I'll sing it away a while. Alright, was that 8 minutes? I don't know. I had to wash the bowl, and it ended up taking me longer than I thought it would, because I washed the bowl, and then it ended up smelling, and I dried it. But I think the towel that I dried it with was dirty or something. So I had to, like, wipe down the bowl with a paper towel and try to... Because the bowl smelled like... I think it was just overly saturated because it's with cleaning supplies, because my bowl ended up smelling like soap even after I dried it off. So, anyway, I made macaroni pasta with meatballs, and I just poured a bunch of shredded cheese into it and a little bit of pasta sauce. So, not turned out well. 100%. Meatballs. Curie wants some. I gave her like half a can of kitty food. Alright, well. Because I can't give you any. I seasoned this with garlic. And you'll die if you have garlic. See, look at that. Look, can you smell? Oh, nope. I'm sorry, Kiwi. She's up here. She's really begging. She's like trying to reach for the bowl with her paws. I can't go to her. There's garlic. If she ingests any garlic, then she's gonna die. I have to check, because they season everything with garlic. So I always have to check like the ingredients list of the stuff that I buy, or the stuff that I make, to make sure there's no garlic in it. Because garlic is toxic to cats, I read. I don't know how true that is. I'll take their word for it. I'm sure, you know, a few molecules of garlic isn't going to kill a cat, but I really don't want to risk it. So I season these meatballs very liberally with garlic. I put one more meatball in here than normal, and this bowl really does feel packed with meatballs. No, I'm sorry. I already gave you your canned food. You're fine. I know. Fine, you know what? I don't think I seasoned this part of this meatball with garlic. Oh. There you go. Okay. I found a unexposed piece of meatball. For her. This bowl of pasta should, once I finish it should last me quite a while. I was starving. Like the entire time my stream was going, like my stomach was just really growling out of hunger. I haven't been hitting my calorie count, because for for a dude who's my height, I'm 6'2", and at my weight class, which I'm 155 pounds, I think. I'm 155 pounds. Then, according to the internet, I need something like 2,400 calories every day just to break even. Because that's how many calories I burn by naturally being alive. I haven't been getting 2,400 calories. Of course, they have to be good calories, right? Meats, healthy foods. You know, I can't just, 2,000 calories on just plain pasta. You know, you can't do that. Or it's not going to be healthy for you. But, or it's not going to be good for you. But, so I haven't been hitting my calorie count. And I haven't been hitting, I don't remember the last time I ate over 2,000 calories. Honestly, like, that's a lot. That's 2 full bowls of this pasta. If I'm not starving, I can't even finish one of these bowls of pasta. And this bowl of pasta is only like 900 calories. I need to be eating 2 of these and a microwave meal in order to be hitting that goal every day. I can eat maybe 1 of these and a microwave meal and a protein bar. But that only gets me up to maybe like 1,600. I'm sorry, Sweet. I can't give you any more. I'm sorry. Sorry, it's poisonous. I know you don't understand, but it's poisonous to you. I'll let QE smell whatever I'm eating to try to discourage her from eating it, right? If it's like spicy or if it's like steaming hot, and cats don't like that. So I'll show her whatever it is I'm eating, and I'll even, I'll let her stick her face like a little bit into the bowl to sniff the ingredients. I know she's not going to eat it right then. Trust her. I probably shouldn't, but I trust her. I know her well enough. So I let her sniff the stuff in the bowl. And then she pulls her head back out of the bowl when she's done sniffing. And so I'm thinking, okay, if she's recoiling her head back, then that means that she knows that it's not something she can eat and she won't want it. And then she reaches her paw forward and tries to dip her paw into the bowl of food. It's like, okay, like, you've just determined that you're not going to eat it, but you still want to go grab it with your hands. So weird. The number one tip that I found while researching is back in college. I wanted to get a better body. For the wrong reasons. I thought like, oh, I gotta be fit and healthy in order to attract a girl. It's not the case. But anyway, that's what I thought back then. So I was doing all this research on it. I was maybe 18, 19 years old at the time. And so I was doing all this research. And so for skinny guys, what it is you need to bulk. You need to just eat a lot of food so that you gain weight. And then you need to work out and eat the right foods, obviously, in order to turn all that gained weight into muscle. It's a bulk and it's a tone. So there's two parts of it, right? You're bulking, so you're gaining weight, and then you're toning your body through exercise in order to make it muscular and not just fat. So it's a two-step process. So anyway, I researched, as you guys can tell by how skinny I am, I never got past the bulking part. I kind of succeeded. I have this picture of when I was like 20 years old, I believe, 20 or 21, and I was super skinny. I was 114 pounds at 6'2", which is a BMI of about 14. It's about a BMI of 14. You are considered underweight at a BMI of 18.5. That's when you're considered underweight, if you're any lower than that. I was literally 4.5 points on such a scale under the underweight class. I mean, the picture that I have, I look malnourished. I almost look like, one of those starving African kids, except for some reason I still have a belly. But, like, you can see my bones and, through my skin and all that. It's a crazy picture. It's not as bad as some of the anorexic girls that you'll see, but, it was a similar vein. So, anyway, I wasn't doing too well back then. But, anyway, I got better from there, so the bulking did kind of succeed, I guess, a little bit. I'm still, what is it? So 18.5 is the very lower limit, right? That's before you get underweight. I'm at like a 19.5 BMI right now, which it's considered a healthy weight. 24, I think, is considered overweight. So if you guys calculate your BMI on one of those, the government has a BMI calculator. You put in your height, you put in your weight, how many pounds you weigh, and then it'll tell you what your BMI is, body mass index. So basically how much body fat you have on your body, approximately. And it'll tell you that number and how does that number relate, are you a healthy weight, are you overweight, are you underweight, are you obese? There's only healthy, and then there's underweight, and then underweight is, I think it's 18.4 and less than 18.4 and under, right? They're not even like considering. There's no like underweight and then anorexic, right? There's just underweight. Whereas there's overweight and then there's obese, right? There's actual like, so for all the Americans who are going over, they can see, okay, how much overweight, am I kind of overweight or am I chronically overweight? So, but anyway, yeah, there's a calculator online, so it's type in your height and then your weight, and then you look at how much, your BMI and whatnot. Sometimes I'll use it like if I know somebody else's height and weight, then I'll punch their statistics into the calculator, and I'll see what their BMI is, and I'll compare it to my own. So I'm on the lower side of a healthy weight, so I'm kind of an unfair standard, because I think, what does that make it, like probably at least 2/3 of the country is a higher BMI than I am, according to that calculator. So it's probably more even. So hey, stop it! Hey, no, you're so loud. You're so loud. She's like, She'll be licking somewhere, and I'll bop her to make her stop. Yeah. She just hissed at me. No. She's mad that I didn't give her another bite of meatball. She's continually attacking me. She's reaching out to attack me. But yeah, she'll be licking somewhere, and I'll bop her on the head to get her to stop. And then she'll stop, but then she'll continue licking herself, but in a different spot. Which means that she wasn't licking the original... Hey, stop it. Which means she wasn't licking the original spot because something irritating was there. She just felt a compulsion to lick herself somewhere. Which means it's a mouth problem and not a body problem for her. I mean, the best solution to that would be to put a muzzle over her mouth, but I'm not going to do that. Obviously, why would I put a muzzle on my own animal? Unless it's for like a medical reason. Ah, nope. Nope. Oh. Ah. She doesn't get it. Yoko gets it because I've been doing it for so long with her. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh yeah. But yeah, I can't hit my calorie count every day. It's like, it's near impossible. I'd have to consume so much food. It's so much food. But anyway, I was looking into bulking, because I was way worse than this. But give me 1 second. But yeah, so when I was looking into bulking, gaining weight, I'm just about to let her fucking just do it. I can't keep this up. I don't have a replacement behavior for a cat, right? A cat can't understand human language, so it's not like I could initiate anything like that. But yeah, anyway. So yeah, so when I was doing when I was looking into doing bulking, which at that time was unsuccessful because I actually got worse, or I got more underweight. But anyway, I was looking into it, and now I use some of the tips that I learned from back then. So it's, the research wasn't wasted. It's just it took me it was a few years before I actually implemented it. So all knowledge is good knowledge, and because you can eventually use it, and if you don't use it, then whatever, right? You learn something new. She can't figure out how to get in the window. She figured it out. Alright, yeah. So with bulking, if you gotta eat something, then, not even for just gaining weight, but like if you gotta, if you have to eat your 3 meals a day, which people do, right? Or you have to eat your specific amount of calories. If it's hard for you to do that, one bit of advice that I've taken with me is that this dude who was talking about bulking with like underweight guys, he basically, one of his tips, and it's the only tip that I remember from him, but one of his tips was that you need to just focus on the eating, right? When you make yourself a bowl of food or a meal or whatever, you need to, no distractions. You're sitting down or standing up with the food, and that's it. And you just focus on eating, and you just eat and eat until the meal's gone, and you're done. Don't watch TV or YouTube videos while you're eating. Don't, be talking in a social situation when you're eating, things like that. Obviously, you can, respond to people if they ask you something and you happen to be in the middle of a meal, but, mainly you just have to be focused on eating. And if you eat with no distractions, then you will, then you'll actually be able to eat more than you were capable of. And so, like today I'm trying to apply that to this bowl of pasta, right? I'm thinking, okay, I just sit down with the bowl and I just eat and eat, and I just wolf it down. And I did. Except there's some left, but, I did for the majority of the bowl. So it helped that I was hungry, but, I just singularly focused on eating the bowl of pasta, so. And then, I ate most of it, so. Now there's not that much left. My stomach sickness is starting to activate, as it does whenever I eat large quantities. So I gotta stop. If I force any more down, then I'll be incapacitated for the rest of the day. And I can't allow that. There we go. I should probably put a cover on that. I don't have anything. Doesn't need a cover. I don't cover my food. Normally, yeah. But yeah, strategy for eating is to just eat, and just eat, and don't watch TV or don't watch YouTube or anything like that while eating. So obviously that advice doesn't apply to everybody. In fact, the opposite could occur, right? If you don't want to be eating that much, then during a meal you could distract yourself, and then you won't. And then, maybe you won't consume as much or whatever. But for someone like me who needs to eat constantly, consistently, I typically need to do so without any distractions. If I need to wolf down a meal, a bowl of pasta is actually, since it's pretty dense food, it's pretty hard to, it's probably hard to finish a full bowl of it. So that's where I need to focus. Or that's when I would need to focus. Whereas if I'm having like a salad, for example, then I wouldn't really need to take that advice, because it's a salad, it's a light stuff. Salads are pretty hard to eat for me too. Chicken nuggets. Chicken nuggets are pretty easy to eat, so I just have to put those. I can just eat those casually while watching something, and the whole plate will disappear. Stuff like that, right? Or snacky items, or anything like that. Celery with peanut butter, right? I don't think I've ever had celery with peanut butter, honestly. Or I've had it once or twice. I don't care for it. I don't care for peanut butter. That's another tip, is that you should be, throwing peanut butter at in every meal. Right? You should be having a snack with peanut butter, right? Celery with peanut butter is probably one of the healthiest snacks out there. I don't care for it. I don't care for peanut butter. If I'm having celery, then I'd prefer like ranch dressing or Thousand Island, or even like a vinaigrette. I don't want, I don't prefer peanut butter. Peanut butter is hard for me to eat. It's too sticky. But then, even the creamy peanut butter is, and the crunchy peanut butter It hurts my teeth. It gets all over your teeth. If you have bad teeth, peanut butter is not the food to eat. Like, for sure. Like, I guess I could blend it into a smoothie and just drink a peanut butter smoothie through the straw. I'd have to be really good at sucking, though. And my sucking technique would have to be stellar in order to slurp down all that peanut butter gooiness into my mouth so that it avoids my teeth. Whew. That's what I get for putting a full cup of grated cheese into my meal. Grated cheese, oh my god. You know, foreigners laugh at us for a lot of things, but they also laugh at us for not being able to grate our own cheese. Most Americans buy their cheese already shredded, and they buy it in bags of shredded cheese at the grocery store. Most countries don't do that. Most countries' citizens, they'll buy a block of cheese from the grocery store, and they'll bring it home and they'll shred it themselves using a cheese grater. It's a simple task, and honestly, like, there's no reason not to do that, except, it's just a little bit extra work. But having a block of cheese is actually more convenient because it doesn't go bad as fast. It stays in its solid form until you want to use it, and then you grate it over your meal yourself. And there are special cheese graters that you could get that make the job easier too. So anyway, but the thing is, everybody laughs at Americans because we don't grate our own cheese. And yeah, that's a logical argument that they're making. Oh, why don't you just buy the block of cheese from the grocery store? It's cheaper, it'll get you more cheese, and all you have to do is grate it yourself, right? You're wasting money on shredded cheese. That argument is logical in foreign countries. But the thing is, in America, from what I've seen at least, and I might be wrong, because I haven't really tested this out in a lot of places, but from what I've seen, in the few grocery stores I've been to, blocks of cheese are significantly more expensive than shredded cheese. So if I were to buy a block of cheese and shred it myself, it would actually, per cup, it would be way more expensive to buy the block of cheese than it would be just to buy it pre-shredded. I don't know why, but for some reason shredded cheese is cheaper in America. I think the reason, and that doesn't make any sense, right? Cheese is created in blocks or in wheels, and the factories have to shred it themselves, which is extra labor. So the extra labor would be reflected in the cost of the bags of shredded cheese, right? That's how things work. If you get something, the more effort that has to go into producing your product, the more expensive it's going to be. And shredded cheese is no exception. But the thing is, I think because Americans don't shred their own cheese, I think because Americans only buy shredded cheese, cheese companies themselves don't sell cheese by the block. Most cheese companies in America sell pre-shredded cheese or pre-sliced cheese, and that's it. They don't sell the blocks of cheese because most companies don't sell the blocks of cheese because they know Americans won't buy the blocks of cheese, so it's not even worth making that. So the blocks of cheese that you do see at the grocery store are technically specialty products because it's a special company who is making those blocks of cheese. And the thing is, the fact that people don't buy blocks of cheese is also reflected in the financial risk. If a company is selling a specialty product that most people won't buy, then it needs to charge more to the people who do buy it in order to recoup the cost of those lost sales. So in other words, if 10 people buy an item, then they can charge a specific amount for it. But if only one person buys that item out of 10 people, then if only one person buys it, then that item needs to be 10 times as expensive so the company can still make money. So the company, doesn't suffer the fact that, 9 out of 10 people won't buy their product. If that makes sense. So blocks of cheese is the same thing, right? Most people won't buy blocks of cheese. And so because of that, the companies who do make blocks of cheese make their products more expensive because they're not selling as many of them. But they still want to make money, right? Things, as much as I complain about capitalism and greedy CEOs bringing in millions of dollars a year, as much as I complain about all that, companies still need to make money, right? There are plenty of businesses out there that are just barely staying afloat. Their CEOs can't even pay themselves because otherwise the company will go under. There is an actual cost to these goods to produce. The cost is tied to money, but money is a representation of people's labor. If you need to hire 10 people and maintain 5 factory machines in order to make one product, then that one product sales needs to pay for all of that stuff, right? Otherwise the product is unprofitable and your business won't survive if you continue to sell it, because you'll be selling it at a loss. If it costs you $5 to make something, then you gotta sell it for at least $5, right? Most companies will sell it for 20. But that's not the point that I'm trying to make here, right? That in itself is a terrible thing, but that's not the point I'm trying to make here. The point I'm trying to make is that blocks of cheese are significantly more expensive than just buying the shredded cheese, because shredded cheese is sold by cheese companies who can make cheese cheap. If those companies came out with their own blocks of cheese and people actually bought the blocks of cheese from the cheap cheese companies, then yes, the blocks of cheese would be cheaper. But the thing is, that's not the case. That's not what's happening, because Americans won't buy blocks of cheese because we don't shred our cheese ourselves for some reason. And the rest of the world is laughing at us for that. But because of that, companies that sell cheese will not sell it by the block because they know they won't have anyone buying it. Even if it's cheaper for them to make, if you have no one buying something, then it doesn't matter how cheap your product is. It's not going to be profitable. So companies won't sell it. So in America, in the rest of the world, buying a block of cheese and shredding it yourself is the cheaper option. But in America, it's the more expensive option, and it's considered a novelty. Shredding your own cheese at home is more of, they're selling you on the experience of it. Oh, you can shred your cheese at home just like they did in the 1800s. When that's all they had. You can shred your cheese at home just like a European does. That's it. And they don't advertise it like that. They should. They should advertise it like that. A cheese grating starter kit, right? You can make it a hobby. There's a business idea right there, right? Selling the experience of grating your own cheese like they did in the olden days. People are getting into things like van life and off-grid living and homesteading and stuff. People clearly want to go back to their roots. There's a YouTube channel that teaches like classic 1700s colonial recipes that people use to cook gourmet dishes without any electricity or anything like that, right? With just a cast iron stove and a wooden fire to cook everything in. Wooden tools and everything. So in a channel like that gets, 1 million subscribers. It's like there's clearly a demographic of people who, even if it takes more work, they want to live in a more classical way. So Something like that would sell, honestly, like a business like that. But again, it's all about advertising. I could sit here and come up with 100 successful business ideas. But the thing is, they're not going to be successful because they're good ideas. They're going to be successful because they're advertised well. So it's not like I can't be an entrepreneur without being able to market my ideas. Right. How am I going to sell a cheese grating starter kit to people? You know, I could have the best idea in the world and I could have the best speech to persuade people to buy my product, but it's not going to matter if nobody's there to listen to me. No one's there to listen to me give that speech. No one's there to listen to me advertising it to them, right? So they won't know it exists. In fact, I'm sure there's a lot of products out there that would make your life specifically better, who, you know, that you don't even know about. You don't even know this product exists because it's not advertised well, or at least it's not advertised to you specifically. So that's the issue, right? Anything is sellable, sellable to the right audience. But if you don't get that right audience with an earshot of your product, then you're not going to sell it, obviously, right? They won't know about it, and you're not going to sell it. So anyway, yeah, I clarify that every time I come up with some $1 million idea, because it's not a $1 million idea on virtue of it being a good idea. It's a $1 million idea only if you can make money off of it, which you can only make money off of it if there's a customer base, which means that you need to market it. So putting a for sale listing on Amazon isn't marketing it, right? Or posting it to your personal Facebook as a page isn't marketing it. And you need to do the whole targeted advertising thing where you buy people's data from companies and you say, oh, this person has been looking up, European lifestyle videos and yada yada, right? So therefore they might like this, and then I buy their data, and then I use targeted advertising in order to advertise to them this sort of stuff, and they'll be interested, and then they'll buy it because they're stupid Americans. We're all stupid Americans, so that's kind of how our world works, right? That's the American dream, is to figure that out. I'm not doing that. What a corrupt thing. But anyway, yeah, cheese grating. Back to cheese grating. They do not sell blocks of cheese here that are cheaper, or that are cheap to have, right? You go to the grocery store, and a small rectangle of cheese will run you like $8. It's stupid. And you can only find that at Whole Foods, who, like, for sure marks up all their stuff because they're organic. It's an organic grocery store, and so they make more money by claiming that they're organic, regardless of if they're actually telling the truth or not about it, right? Cage-free eggs couldn't really not be cage-free, but who's gonna know, right? The very fact that you put the words cage-free eggs on your carton of eggs means you can charge double for it. But anyway, same thing with blocks of cheese, right? If only Whole Foods sells blocks of cheese, then that means people who go to Whole Foods... Hey! Gosh, she's already licked herself to death. Her, the entire batch of fur on her lower back leading to her tail is it's insanely damp. It's damp. It's moist. If I touch it, I'm gonna get slobber on my fingers. That's how much that she's destroying herself. Licking herself. If I give her one of the flea pills, which cost $10 a pop, then she won't lick herself. Or she won't lick herself to death like that for about a day and a half. And then at the end of day 2, she'll start doing it again. So those pills really only last for about a day and a half, which means I would need to give one of the pills to her every 2 days forever. First of all, that's $150 a month that I'm going to be spending on these stupid pills. That's a lot of money. I mean, the yearly cost for that, you know, is... What's that? That's almost $2,000 a year that I'm going to be spending on these pills. I can't afford that, first of all. But second of all, administering them to her, making her eat them, is going to be an insane task. I mean, I'm going to be giving up at least a half an hour of, you know, of actual, like, stressful time trying to get her to eat these pills every 2 days. But the thing is, there's no other solution. There's no other solution. I can't save her from this. I mean, if I throw thousands of dollars at it, then yeah, I could save her from this. But I don't have thousands of dollars to throw at her. This freaking TV that I got, which was $2,000, right? So 1 year, it was the equivalent price of 1 year of the flea pills, which this cat's going to be alive for the next 8. So, you know, it's a fraction of the cost, right? This TV, which is 1 year's of that cost. You know, I've been saving up for this TV for like the past 6 years. I've been looking forward to getting, you know, a super special TV since at least 2016. I got my job and I was like, man, I have this job, I have this money, I'd really like a nice TV, but it's a waste of money and I'm not going to spend money on the TV until I have a sizable savings account. And, you know, that was a good decision because I faced a lot of life problems that cost a lot of money, and my TV money had to go towards all that stuff. So after saving and saving, then I eventually got this TV. I finally was able to pull the trigger and buy it for the equivalent cost of 1 year of flea pills for this cat. That's how much I can't afford that sort of cost. I'm not even willing to fix my own teeth because of how much money it costs. So there's no way I can take care of my cat. Or there's no way I can address a costly expense like that for my cat. So she's able to survive. She's not 100%, but she's able to survive. Obviously, if there's like some life-threatening condition for her, then yeah, I would throw the money at it, right? I'm not gonna put a dollar amount on my cat's life. So if I got a job, you know, $1,000 or $2,000 for, you know, a life-saving surgery at the vet, then I'll do it, right? Like if she gets cancer or something. But, you know, I'll do that because you can't put a dollar sign on somebody's life. But for this problem, it's just fleas. So it's not like, you know, for this problem, it's just fleas, right? She's just cleaning herself a lot because of the fleas. So I don't know. I've been contemplating just getting all of her fur shaved off, except for her head. I would get all the rest of her fur shaved off. That way the fleas wouldn't have anywhere to live, as that she wouldn't get bitten. The thing is, the fleas are living in her fur like they're living in a forest, because her fur is so long. But I don't know, she has scabs all over her body because she licks and bites herself in specific places to the point where she'll break the skin and it'll start bleeding. Just like the whole bug bite example I gave earlier. don't know what to do with her, honestly. I could throw money at it, but it's not just throwing money at it, it'd be the time investment too. I'm gonna have to stress out. Trying to give her this pill every couple of days. And the thing is, I'm gonna need to entice her to, if I don't force it down her throat, which I could technically, I guess, then I would have to, which would be even harder, then I would have to trick her into eating it through like using wet canned food. But the thing is, I would have to buy the wet canned food too, and that's another cost. I've tried it before where I'll use like 1 can of food, but only put like a very tiny amount, like a teaspoon of the canned food on a little paper plate with the pill on top. And she'll eat first serving of it, she'll eat around the pill. Second, I try again. And I try to get her to eat the pill, and it doesn't work, so I eventually force it down her throat. But then what I do is I save the rest of the canned food, because I'm like, okay, I gotta get my mileage out of this can of food, right? I only need to give her a little, so I can reuse it multiple times, but of course I gotta put it in the fridge. And then when I take it out of the fridge, it's too cold, and my cat doesn't want it. And so she won't even eat the canned food, day 2 when I'm giving her these pills, so because I've had to preserve it and it's not as fresh, because I opened the can, over 24 hours ago. So, and cats are pretty good about not eating spoiled food, not unless they have to. So, I can't reuse cans of... no. So I can't reuse cans of food. I don't know. And I know she's not like preventing herself from being bitten either when she cleans herself. She's not getting any of the fleas off of her when she's cleaning herself. What she's doing is she's just scratching the bug bite that is there after the fact. Because she's allergic to fleas, she's getting this allergic reaction. She's getting this allergic reaction, and so the flea bite is worse, feels worse for her, and then she's tempted to scratch the bug bite. But she doesn't have any fingers to scratch it with, so she bites at it until it bleeds. Because the itch never goes away. She's like destroying, like the condition of her fur is really bad. And she gets scabs on her skin from the wounds that she cuts into herself with. No. As I'm just trying to break the habit of her scratching, but I don't have a replacement behavior for that. She can't, squeeze a stress toy when she feels like itching, and she's not going to understand to do that anyway. So I don't have any tools in order to prevent this. So difficult. See, at least a human child, right? At least like even a 2-year-old, you're able to negotiate with. You're able to get them to understand a concept. Not that easily, but at least you're able to do that. With a cat, there's very little interaction that you can have with a cat. Praise, kitty treats, and then negativity. Those are pretty much the only 3 things that you can do with the cat. And so, with the negativity, it doesn't... I'll give her praise for not licking herself. Sometimes she'll like go in to lick or to bite in a specific area of herself. But then she'll look at me and she'll stop herself. And then I'll give her praise. I'll give her verbal praise, and I'll you know, and then I'll give her pets too, and maybe little chin rubs too. But it's not enough. It's not enough for her to stop doing this because, you know, she's an animal. They don't understand the concept of earning good things. Animals are typically only capable of avoiding bad things, which is why negative reinforcement is the best. Or I don't think it's even called negative reinforcement. I think it's called negative consequence. But yeah, that's why, you know, yelling at her is the only thing that's gonna actually make her stop. But it's still a very short-term solution. So I don't know what to do. So yeah, that's why you guys will hear me scolding my cat sometimes. I'll never scold her for anything but the licking. She's sitting there all grumpy and pouty now, but she's not doing it. And, you know, if she's in my room and, you know, I'm within proximity of her and I get her to stop scratching herself, even if it's, you know, for a few hours, then her body gets time to recover. And so when she's out of my sight and she licks herself to her heart's content, you know, it's not like she's gonna relapse because itches go away. It's evident in the fact that she, after I scold her and she stops, then, you know, 5 minutes later she doesn't have the urge to itch anymore, and then she can go to sleep. She can fall asleep without the urge to itch. So itches do go away. I mean, really the only real solution would be to give her a very strong, effective flea treatment on her neck, give her the flea pill multiple days in a row, shave off all her fur to get all of the excess fleas off of her, along with a flea bath in order to clean her skin of any fleas and eggs. Make sure that I'm free of any fleas and eggs, and then just move her out of here into a flea-free home, which obviously I would have to go with her, but I don't have the convenience of doing any of that, especially moving, right? I'm not going to move just because, you know, I'm trying to get one cat away from fleas, and I mean, who knows? You know, even that might not work, and the home that I move into will have fleas, or the home that I move into, you know, maybe I'll bring one flea in from outside one day. Or the Amazon delivery man will get a flea on one of my packages, or, you know, anything, and then she'll have this manifested problem again. It's like, her skin is super sensitive too. Whenever I pet her anywhere below her neck, there's a chance that she'll actually, like, react violently to it. She won't, like, attack me, but she'll like squint her eyes and, like, jerk her head to the side because she's wondering why I'm petting her wrong, or why I'm, like, trying to trigger her. No. We're having a stare down. She stopped herself. Nah, I'll go praise her. But yeah, certain parts of her body are just sensitive. It's really weird. And it's more than just like the base of her tail, which every cat is sensitive to. She like you can't pet anywhere below her neck without there being a risk of, you know, her reacting to it or of it triggering her or whatever. I don't know why. I didn't raise her like that, so it's a physical thing. She hates pets on her stomach. Her stomach has been her stomach. She's a black and white cat, so the underside of her, where like her chest and her belly are, that's all white fur. Anywhere that has white fur is like guaranteed to, I guess it's ticklish for her, or it's just triggering for her. So anyway, she's been like that since birth, but her backside was normally fine. But over the past couple of years, it's just gotten worse to where you can't even give her normal pets anymore. So whenever I pet her, it just has to be on the head. I pet her on the head and neck. And that's pretty much, and then maybe on like her shoulder blades. But that's about as far as down as I can go without, you know, with being safe. So it's a poor cat. I haven't been the nicest owner to her either in other regards, but she still like wants to hang around me, and she wants to be in this room all the time. She wants to be in this room all the time with me, and she wants to, she always wants to come on my lap. I don't know why. Like, I haven't really been the nicest owner to her, but I mean, I've been the most consistent one, because I got her as a kitten, and the rest of my family didn't. So it's because I was living with my dad at the time when I got her. So maybe she's attached to me because of that. But she's spent, it's been like 12 years since then. So she's spent her entire life clinging on to me. Based off of, just one, just her first year of familiarity with me compared to everybody else. So, it's not like she's afraid of anybody else, but she chooses me over everybody else, and I don't know why. Kiwi does the same thing. Kiwi chooses me over everybody else. I don't know why, but I mean, whatever. Right. I haven't seen this kind of behavior. I haven't seen clingy neediness in a cat before. So it's odd. Even, when I'm constantly scolding Yoko for cleaning herself, she still wants to come back in here. She hates it when I scold her, and she knows that she's not allowed to lick herself in my room, which is something she really wants to do, and yet she still comes back. She would rather be in a place where she gets scolded for doing a basic necessity of herself, or a basic instinct of herself, rather than be out in the living room away from me, where she has free reign over her body. It's really odd. I don't know why. I don't know why she chooses this, and she's been choosing this option for months now. I mean, when it was just Yoko, I would come home from work, and she would get all excited, and she would run into my, hey, Kiwi, stop. She would get all excited, and she would run into my room. She would run with me, or she would run into my room. She got all excited that she could actually come in my room and be with me again. after I got home from work every day. And so she stopped doing that. Now she waits for me to tell her that she can come follow me, but then she'll always, want to.
No, no.
But yeah, now Kiwi is doing that now, where I'll go out there in the morning, and Kiwi will get all excited, and she'll run into my room, and she'll run into the hallway, and then she'll look back behind her to see if I'm following her, and then she'll turn the corner and then run down the hallway into my room, and then she'll get up on the chair and then look out around the corner back into the hallway to make sure that I'm following, to make sure that I'm headed towards the bedroom too, because she's faster than me, and she's making sure that I'm following. Because there have been some instances where I haven't followed. I'll motion to go towards my room, and she'll go meow, and then she'll just dash into my room, and then I won't show up for the next 2 minutes, and then she'll come out looking for me, wondering where I am, because I'll still be in the kitchen, like cooking my food or something, or I'll be talking to my brother or something like that. And then she'll wait for me, and then I'll motion to actually go into my room, and then she'll just dash and run into my room. So it's not like she wants to be in my room, it's that she wants to be with me in my room. I'm saying Kiwi's doing that now. Yoko used to do that. Yoko, I remember I had left my house for a number of months. I was living with my dad, and I didn't bring Yoko with me. And so Yoko, apparently, while I was gone, she never went in my room for those months. But then the instant that I came back, she ran into my room because she wanted to be with me, right? I don't know why. They're both insanely loyal, like they're dogs. But they're cats. They're cats, and I can't imagine that I just got lucky and I just happened to find a rare cat who wants to be that loyal to its owner 2 times in a row, because both of my cats have that behavior with me. In fact, with Kiwi, she didn't even have that behavior, but then she all of a sudden got like that. So she didn't have that part of her personality initially, but then she eventually did get it. It's so weird. I don't know what I do to invoke these guys to be clingy to me. It's so odd. I don't get it. Just whatever. I mean, I'm not complaining. It's an odd observation for me to make. Or it's an odd observation that I've had. Anyway, so I went off on a tangent. The whole bulk eating thing, I can't eat 2,400 calories a day. It's near impossible for me. And it's so much, Kiwi! Stop it. She can't lick herself now that I put the switch on her. Well, yeah, anyway, as far as this bulking thing goes, I can't eat 2,400 calories a day. That's so many calories. Oh my god. It's not an amount that you'd eat naturally. I mean, if I had McDonald's 3 times a day, then yeah, I would be, I would be making my calorie count. But I'm not having McDonald's 3 times a day. That's expensive, and that's not healthy either. Right? Most healthy foods are not calorie dense, which means that in order to get as much calories as you need, you you won't be able to, or you know, I'd have to eat an enormous amount of them. But that's the thing. 3 cheeseburgers from McDonald's is gonna be a lot more filling than 3 salads. And you might think, oh, why don't you just eat 1 cheeseburger from McDonald's, a salad, and a I don't know, a plate of pasta, or something like that. It's like, sure, I could, I guess, but I'm not going to McDonald's every day. I don't want to go to McDonald's every day. It's not good for you. And it won't meet my calorie count either. Right? So much. It's so much. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm still burping. I thought my stomach sickness would go away by now. Dang it. I haven't been lying down, I guess that's the... Yeah, I put too much cheese in the pasta today. I was constipated this morning too, so I spent a long time in the bathroom. I need to do my speech. It's due in 6.5 hours. Holy shit, I've been talking for that long? Really? Oh god, the stream's been going on for 3 hours now. I was gone for the first like 45 minutes though. Still, I've been on stream for 2.5 hours. Holy crap, Kiwi is going crazy over there. If Kiwi develops a flea allergy, I am going to be so pissed. Not at Kiwi, but just at God. Because freaking... I don't need Kiwi destroying her for... I didn't choose Yoko. My dad just one day brought home a kitten when I was living with him. And that's who Yoko is, so I didn't get a choice. We went down to the animal shelter and I couldn't find one that I wanted. So, or I had found one that I wanted, but we decided against that one specifically because I wanted it for different reasons. But it had like a missing eye, I think, the kitten. So she was still like a happy-go-lucky kitten. But yeah, she's missing an eye. And so it's like, you know, you get her, but you get her because you're feeling sorry for her. And it's like, that's not really the right reason to get a cat, because, you know, you're good, you know, it's a good short-term feeling, but, you know, you're gonna be stuck with this cat for, you know, the next 20 years, so I'll make sure it's a good decision, right? And then he just brings home a cat. You know, he just... After work, he went down to, I guess, a different animal shelter by himself, and he just brought home a cat. He didn't even ask me. And there you go, it's my cat, right? I was 16 at the time, perfectly capable of making my own decision, but whatever, right? I don't hold it against him. He was a questionable father, but I don't think he had any bad intentions. Yeah. I could do a parent review. Both my parents. God. It's one thing to make you bitter, right? If you do something like that. So it's best just to ignore those sort of things. But yeah, anyway, so I didn't get a choice with her. And she turned out this way. So whatever, right? But with Kiwi.
Stop. You're doing so much. You're doing so much.
Kiwi won't, she just won't stop. I was like, okay, you know, I'll just let her lick herself for a little bit. But she wouldn't stop, and she was attacking multiple areas, and her fur was turning damp from all of the licking that she was doing. No. Stop it. Nothing. With Kiwi, it's the need to lick. It's not any specific spot. It's just a need to lick. With Yoko, it's a flea bite. It's a bug bite that she's attacking. The thing is with Kiwi, I think Kiwi is a combination of both, actually. Anyway. Kiwi I actually picked. I saw her in the animal shelter, or I saw her at PetSmart. They had like some outside organization, like some animal shelter who would bring in some of their cats into various PetSmart locations in the county, and they would display them, and then you'd have to, you know, PetSmart wasn't a part of it, so you had to go through the company itself. So I saw her, and then I told you guys this before, but I saw her, I fell in love with her, right? I couldn't touch her or anything, but she just looks so cute. You know, it's a 1 in a million cat for me. So I fell in love with her, and then I was like, okay, you know, I'm going on vacation this week, and this was quite a few years ago. I'm going on vacation this week at spring break. If she's still here by the time I return, then I'll work towards adopting her. That was my condition, because I already had Yoko. We already had like 3 or 4 cats in the house at that point. But I was like, okay, you know, I don't need another cat. But if I wanted another cat, it would be this one, because, you know, it's, you know, I felt like I must absolutely have her. So I wanted Kiwi. And so then, you know, lo and behold, I went on vacation for a week, and then I came back, and I went to PetSmart, and she was still there. So I was like, okay, I'm going to adopt her. And the adoption process was painful, because they had to do an at-home visit. I've never heard this before. This adoption center did an at-home visit where they visited the home of... They visit the house where the cat is going to be to make sure that it's a good fit for the cat. And they like judge your living situation at the, like, it's somebody who comes into your house to make sure that you're living in a good enough home to adopt one of their cats. These are cats that will otherwise be, like, you know, they'll be not adopted and they'll be trapped in cages at PetSmart. And they're like, oh, but your home has to be a really good home, and we're going to send one of our volunteers to do a home visit to make sure that your home is appropriate to live in for you know, the cat to be happy in or whatever. I think, like, okay, I guess that makes sense if, you know, you're in like a run down, beaten down home where all the windows are missing, and, you know, it's like, it's clearly like abusive people who are gonna, you know, who are in the house, and, you know, whatever, right? My home is completely fine. It's a little messy. A little, I mean a lot, but we cleaned before they came. And so the lady came, and she saw we already had 3 cats. And she went to check all of the windows and stuff. And the thing is, when I went to the adoption place to ask for Kiwi, they said they were gonna have to do a home visit. But the thing is, I went by myself, and right, you guys know what I look like. I just look like some dumb teenager. Right? I was like 22, or God, well, how old was I? I was like 24, I think. I was 23 or 24 years old. But anyway, I looked just like some dumb kid. And the thing is, I didn't have, they didn't see my family at all. So my family was out of the house when I had this lady over to do the home visit. And so basically, she checked all the rooms. She looked at all the cats that I had, and she checked to make sure that we had, she asked where all the windows were, and I showed her to them, and she was like, okay, the windows have screens and stuff, right? And I was like, okay, well, the back door doesn't have a screen on it right now, but we don't open the back door at all. We always keep that locked. And she's like, oh, okay. She looked kind of funny at that. But then it was this mean old lady, right, who's, I don't know why they do these fucking home visits, right? It's a perfectly capable house. I obviously have cats living here functionally in the house. They're all indoor cats. And so she did that, and then a week went by, and I didn't. She's like, okay, I'll talk it over with the other volunteers, and then we'll come to a decision, and we'll let you know. And so a full week went by, and I was getting worried, so I called the agency, the adoption agency, and I was like, hey, I wanted to adopt a cat. We did a home visit, and then the lady on the phone was the one who came over to the house. She's a mean looking lady, and she basically told me over the phone, oh yeah, after talking about it with the other members, we've decided not to let you adopt Kiwi because, we didn't get to meet the rest of your family, and it looks like you already have enough kitty friends in the house already. I'm thinking, like, what the fuck? What is that supposed to mean? Oh, I have too many cats in my house. So I had 3 cats. That's not even the cat limit for this city, according to local law. So stupid. And so I was like, okay, and she was like, okay, yeah, we decided not to let you adopt a cat. And I knew it was discrimination. I for sure knew that it wasn't because of my skin color or anything. It was because she stereotyped me as a typical teenager, because when I had approached them, I was, some teenage looking kid, even though I'm 24, right? I'm some young looking kid with a skateboard, because I had to, electric skateboard myself over there. And I come in, stereotypical skater bro teenager wanting to adopt a cat, and these are middle-aged women who, they think like, oh, that's not going to be a good fit for, for the cat. Why does he want the cat? Probably for weird reasons or something like that. Like, I knew that's what they were thinking. I wasn't going to have it. And so I was like, okay, they're clearly discriminating against me based on how I look. So I'm like, I'm not done fighting for Kiwi, right? I'm gonna fucking fight for Kiwi. So I waited until their next event. They had, I think it was once a week, they had all of the volunteers of the cat adoption place come to the store and hold like a cat adoption hosting event where they tried to encourage customers. They brought the cats out on display, and they had the customers pet them, and they tried to encourage people, families to adopt the cat. And so I'm like, okay, Kiwi is still over there. She's been over there for months now. I know she's going to be over there next time I go over there. So I waited another week for the cat adoption event where all the volunteer members were there, and including the lady who gave me including the lady who did the house tour and who was effectively the one who rejected my adoption of Kiwi, I went over there with my middle-aged mom and my disabled sister, and my special needs sister, and I went over there with those two, and I found a different person than any of the other people that I found a different volunteer than any of the other members who I had interacted with before, and she looked nicer too, and apparently she was the head of the organization. But I went up to her with my mom and sister, and I was like, "Hi, we were interested in adopting this cat," and she perked up, and she was all excited about it. And she talked to all three of us as if it was, a collective decision, which it wasn't. But I'm the one who wants the cat. But yeah, and she's like, "Oh, okay, cool. What's your name? Which cat did you want? Yada yada." Because she knew nothing about it, obviously. I don't think it was a democratic decision to reject my adoption of this cat. So anyway, I pointed out the cat, and she's like, "Oh, okay, cool. So we do a home visit to make sure that your home's good." And I was like, "Oh, they already did the home visit." I didn't tell this lady who's the head of the company. I didn't tell her that they rejected me. I just said, "Oh, we already did a home visit." And she's like, "Oh, okay, cool. So you could adopt the cat right now." And I'm thinking, "Oh, fucking fantastic, right?" This lady is just gonna give us the cat that I was rejected for. I was rejected for this cat, to get this cat, and now this lady is saying, "Oh, I can have the cat." And so I get the cat. And I pass by. I have to fill out paperwork for it, but I hand it over to the mean lady who rejected me in the first place. And I just had this smug, like, "Ha, take that, bitch," sort of look on my face, because, and the head lady who was helping us, she was all helpful and friendly and stuff, and and I even had a conversation with one of the other members, because I had put on there my job that I was working at the time, and she had said she worked a similar job, and so we talked about that, and and that was good. And then I took Kiwi home, and I could tell, like, most of the members, besides the one who actually okayed the adoption, the other ladies were not. I could tell on their faces they weren't really too thrilled that I was walking out of there with Kiwi. I don't know why, but I think they had, like, some personal attachment to Kiwi. I think the lady whose job I had in common with, I think she had fostered Kiwi before they put her in the shelter. So she had Kiwi living in her home with other animals for a number of months. So I think they had a special, and then, that lady had said, "Oh, make sure you take good care of her. She's such a sweet kitten. Make sure that you treat her right, all right? And let us, please let us know if there's any problems or anything." And I could tell with that, they were thinking, like, okay, they really want to keep this cat, but it is an animal shelter, so they're forced to give up this cat. So they really want to keep this cat, and they really want to make sure that nothing bad happens to the cat, which I respect them for that. But they're looking at the wrong people. I'm not going to mistreat my cats, right? And they're gonna have a happy life. And so I got to take home Kiwi. The thing is, I paid them their money, I filled out their paperwork, and I took Kiwi home. There's nothing they can do now, right? There's nothing that they can do. They didn't get time to consult each other and have one of their council meetings that they apparently have after these home visits that are super discriminatory. I can understand if it's some white trash redneck broken down house where they chain their dog up in the front yard in the rain and they beat each other to death. Like, I can understand that these people were avoiding giving their precious, these animals that they clearly care about to those kind of people. I am clearly not one of those kind of people. I am not one of those kind of people, right? Even if I was some typical skater bro dude who was 16 years old, and I went to the skate park with my druggy friends, every weekend. Even if I was that kind of person, I'm still going to take care of my cat. I know people who are exactly that stereotype to the T, and they are probably the most friendly people I've ever seen towards animals. They'll have a cat or a dog, and they will love that thing more than they love themselves, and that's saying a lot. And so these middle-aged women are barking up the wrong tree when they're being discriminatory like that. So they just want well-to-do middle-aged moms to adopt these kids, with young kids to adopt these kittens or whatever. It's like, and Kiwi wasn't even a kitten. She was like 2.5 years old. So she was already like almost past the point, because most people adopt kittens, right? Most people adopt kittens and puppies and babies, baby animals, for good reason. Kiwi did not fit that description. She was already a little bit grown. And here's somebody who is taking basically one of the oldest cats you have available and adopting them, right? I'm not asking for a new kitten. I'm asking for, one of the cats that nobody else is going to want. So anyway, so that's the whole story. I spent the entire weekend, it was like 3 days straight, cleaning one of the rooms in my house, because the cat box room in my house was just absolutely destroyed. It was such a bad room. I had 2 couches in there that were torn to shreds, and all the springs were coming apart, and there were massive waste stains on the wood floor, and there's just cat litter everywhere, and there's just a bunch of junk everywhere, sprawled. It was like a hoarder's house level of like condition. The room was that bad, and that was the place where the cat boxes were in. So I spent a full 3 days cleaning that entire area, top to bottom. Got rid of those couches. I cleaned and mopped the floor and vacuumed, and I got rid of all the junk that could be gotten rid of, and I neatly organized all the stuff that was going to stay in the room. And I covered and I did the best I could to clean all of the blemishes on the floor. I covered the spots that I couldn't get done 100%. I covered them strategically with various parts of a piece of furniture, and I laid out an entirely new carpet in the center, and I neatly scattered various cat toys in that room. And I transformed that room. It was so much work. It was so many hours to clean that room, but I did that so that, I did that before the home visit so that I could get Kiwi. I did all that work for that one room so that I could get Kiwi, so the lady wouldn't reject me based off of having a messy house. And she still rejected me, which was a personal rejection, because I had worked so hard in order to clean that stupid room just for the house stay lady to, approve of it. And then she rejected the house, and she rejected the adoption. She had commented on the room. She had said, oh, this is a nice room. It looks like the cats get their own playroom dedicated towards them, huh? Because I made it look that way. And I was like, yeah, we have a room for, we just have this playroom for the cats, and they like to hang out in it sometimes. And she's like, oh yeah, that's nice. And she still rejected the fucking adoption of Kiwi. I just couldn't believe it. I was beside myself. So, whatever. I got the cat in the end. I would have fought it. I would have fought it to the end, but for me, it was strategically necessary for me to bring in my middle-aged mom and my special needs sister into the adoption process, because then, those ladies wouldn't be rejecting, the delinquent skater bro teenager that I apparently looked like. They would be rejecting a special needs kid from getting the cat that she wants, that I paid my mom and sister to pretend that they wanted. I paid them $50 in order to show up and fake that they were interested in this cat, because they were not. you know, Kiwi was clearly going to be my cat, but, you know, I paid them to feign interest. But yeah, these cat adoption ladies were never going to reject a, you know, a special needs person from getting, you know, from getting the animal that they want. So it was very strategically sound, and I think that I mean, I played my cards right, but it's because their rejection of me was an emotional decision, because they were discriminating. When you discriminate against someone or something, it is because you feel emotions, you feel negative emotions towards that. And so you understand that that's the kind of opponent you have, and then you play into that, right? So anyway, that's like the most manipulative I've ever had to be in real life in order to get something that I want. Because there's no way, like at a job, there's no way I would do something like this, or like, you know, in human relationships, there's no way I would do something like this, right? Because I've never really had to fight for anything before, so it felt good to fight. It felt good to fight for Kiwi and then win that. So, and that was at this point, I think it was 3 years ago now. Yeah, it was 3 years. It was 2019, I believe. It's 3 years ago. So I'm proud of that victory. I won. I really won. But yeah, I got Kiwi. But yeah, anyway, so whole point, I didn't choose Yoko. I did choose Kiwi, but both of them ended up to be, you know, these clingy cats anyway. Both of them ended up being these clingy cats who are like loyal as dogs, and they both just rush into my room, excited to be in my room. I have nothing appealing in my room. The only places that they can actually be are in the window, on my bed, or on this wooden chair that has no support. You know, basically just it's a wooden chair that's like barely big enough to have Yoko's fat body on it. So, because like she tries to sleep on the chair, and like some of her blubber hangs off of either side of the chair. That's how small the chair is. Those are the only three places that I have for these cats to be. And yet they still want to be in here instead of in the cat playroom that I created, or instead of in the other living room that has like a cat tree on it and a nice big window with lots of sunlight that they can look out and watch the birds. They'd rather be in here in a room that's messy, has hardly any places for them to sit, and it has blackout curtains that block any form of like reality away from them. So they're basically just trapped in an empty room that they have no place to sleep in. And I scold them for cleaning themselves, and they choose to be in here, you know, as opposed to being anywhere else, where I would think they would be objectively happier in you know, other places in the house. But I guess being in my presence supersedes any other, you know, material benefit that they could receive anywhere else, which I guess I don't even pay attention to them. I'm just sitting here playing video games, or, you know, browsing my computer all the time. Most of the time. I hardly pet Yoko, and I only pet Kiwi when she comes up and begs for it. So it's like, I don't know, it's really weird. I don't know what compels them to want to be in my room, despite what I see as a bunch of negatives towards that fact, but they want to, I guess, so that's whatever. Anyway, guys, now I really gotta freaking practice my speech, because I am really running out of time here. I have 6 hours to get the speech recorded and turned in. And last time I recorded a speech, it took me 2 hours. I had the script written, and it still took me 2 hours to practice and produce it. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna practice the speech right now, and I'm gonna continually rehearse it. You guys can listen to that if it doesn't get too annoying, and then and then once I feel confident and I've had enough successful runs of it, then I'll actually get in front of the camera and do it. But for that, I'll need to unplug my microphone. So you guys might be able to hear me vaguely over the mic on the PlayStation controller, which I'll have off to the side, so you guys could maybe hear me when I talk, but I don't know how sensitive that mic is. Typically that mic, I would imagine if you put a microphone on a video game controller, then the microphone is only as strong as it needs to be to capture your voice while you're holding the controller and playing. So, you guys know, like the mic it's on the 3DS. It's not even like a microphone. It's just like it just detects sound, and you can like blow into it, and it'll blow on the screen or whatever. But that's about it. There's no real applicational use to it because you don't talk to people on the 3DS. Anyway, I like how guys, quick. I like how Nintendo were the ones who made the first touchscreen. Who actually made the first touchscreen and implemented it into something, because the Nintendo DS had the first touchscreen. You couldn't use your fingers, you had to use the stylus, the little pen that the thing came with. You had to use a stylus in order to touch the touchpad. But the Nintendo DS made the touchscreen and then made video games that you could play with the touchscreen, and it was great. You had games like Nintendogs where you could pet the dog. And then soon after Nintendo released their touchscreen game console, then everybody else came out with touchscreens. Apple came out with the iPod Touches. First generation was soon after that, which means that they took the technology from Nintendo and they implemented it into their own products, and then eventually their own phones. And then everyone else took touchscreens as well. And so then what did Nintendo do after the Nintendo DS? Well, they came out with the Wii, the first example of motion controls, right? The Wii remote was the first thing that used motion controls. And you had to set up the whole sensor bar and everything. And the motion controls weren't that great, but it was revolutionary, right? I remember that was 2006 that they came out with that. Or 2008, I believe, is when they came out with the Nintendo Wii. So I remember I got it for Christmas. I was so excited. So that was awesome. And then what happened? Well, soon after, or within the next few years, everything was coming out with motion controls. Xbox came out with their Kinect. PlayStation had the PlayStation Move. That was pretty much a copycat of the Nintendo Wii. And then nowadays you have TV remotes that are motion control. My TV remote, actually, when I shake it enough, my TV remote can produce a cursor, a mouse cursor, on the screen, on the TV screen. And as I move my remote, I can move and point this computer mouse cursor anywhere that I want, and I can use it to select different menu options or different apps that I can use on my TV. So they really took off with that technology. And now with the Switch, and then so what did Nintendo do? They came out with the Switch, which is, a portable full game console. And what have they done? You know, what other companies have copied the Nintendo Switch in that aspect? Steam has. Steam has the Steam Deck out, which can play Steam computer games on a handheld that looks exactly like the Switch. And so it's like every single time Nintendo comes out with a new technology, everybody else copies them. But Nintendo is the one who's coming out with these sort of concepts first. But they're coming out with a concept and then they're applying it to video games. So I can't wait to see what Nintendo comes out with next. After the Nintendo Switch. They already had a rough idea of the Switch when they came out the Wii U. They tried to, with the Wii U, they tried to combine the Wii with the handheld screen concept that they used for the Switch later. But the thing is, with the Wii U, you couldn't. The handheld thing itself wasn't, you know, the screen with the controller on it itself wasn't able to play games on its own. You had to still have the console, the full console plugged into a power outlet in order to do that. So, for the Nintendo Switch is basically just the Wii U gamepad with the game console technology in it and a larger battery. And that's it. That's all the Switch really is. But it's revolutionary. But the thing is, it's just a step up from the Wii U. I don't know, it's funny to think about how everything from the Nintendo DS touchscreen to the Wii Remote motion controls to the Nintendo Switch's portability, Nintendo has always been the first one to do something that everybody else just copies afterwards. So I think that's funny. Anyway, I'm gonna do this, practice this speech now. I'm gonna get the mic set up or readjusted over here. Because I'm gonna be facing my computer here. What I'm gonna do is okay. I'm assuming you guys have been able to hear me this whole time. But yeah, basically, the fact that this is called an extemporaneous speech and not just a memorized speech actually gives me a lot of leeway, because I'm able to butcher the speech that I wrote and just come up with my own phrasing of some of these sentences. I'm still memorizing like almost every sentence, but I'm just memorizing the idea behind it. I practiced for like an hour last night after I got off stream, and I was able to memorize basically about a third of it, so I'm going to try to replicate that. Or I'm gonna try to see if I remember it again. So let's see here. This is all going off of memory and whatever my flashcards say. Let's see here. It's kind of embarrassing practicing in front of a stream like this, but I guess this whole stream has just been me talking to myself technically anyway, so it's not like it's that much different. Gotta drink some water, make sure my throat doesn't go out. Let's see how much of this I can do unprompted. It's the beginning of the pandemic. March 2020. I go to the grocery store like I do every week to buy some food. But when I arrive, what I see before me leaves me in shock. Most of the shelves are empty. I start to panic. Is all the food gonna be gone? In my panic, I stock up on food in anticipation of a full-on food shortage, thinking that there won't be anything there by the next time I go grocery shopping. But thankfully, my worst fears were never realized. The grocery stores had enough food by the time I went back the next week, and I avoided the potential famine that this pandemic could have brought about. But ever since that harrowing experience, I started to realize just how much we rely on the grocery stores having the food we need every week. So since then, I've done extensive research on self-sufficient living so that I'm never caught off guard when a disaster like this happens again. I've even put my knowledge to practice by making my own aquaponics setup at home. And now, I want to give you all some of what I've learned over the past couple of years. Because in this unstable world that we live in, I believe self-sufficient living can provide all American citizens with guaranteed stability. So today, we'll be talking about what does self-sufficient living mean? And what's the stability gained through doing it? Why do we need to perform self-sufficient living when other options are available for us already? And how do we perform self-sufficient living and gain the stability in our lives through those means? First off, let's talk about what does self-sufficient living mean? In the article, What Self-Sufficient Living Is About and 8 Tips on How to Achieve It, posted to morningchores.com, Jennifer Poindexter, who's been a full-time homesteader since 2010, defines self-sufficient living as being able to supply one's own needs without external assistance. In other words, self-sufficient living means producing all the resources you need for yourself, including growing your own food, gathering your own water, and producing your own power. Self-sufficient living ensures a lifetime of stability because you'll always have everything that you need to survive, and while never having to rely on other people to produce those things for you. Now that we've talked about self-sufficient, now that we've talked about what it means, now we have to ask, why do we need to perform self-sufficient living? Self-sufficient living makes sure that you have everything you need in order to survive. Dang it. That's about as far as I have. I could improvise the rest, but okay, so I haven't looked at my speech since last night. So I was in the middle of memorizing my speech last night, but for like an hour, and then I got unmotivated, and I got tired, and so then I went to bed. And then I had a really long-winded dream, so I forgot. I completely got out of the mood to do any of this. It's been like 15 hours since then. But yeah. Yeah, basically, that's all I have for my speech so far. I read through the whole thing a couple of times, so I could technically improvise the rest of it, or I could improvise the next part, but I'm gonna have it open on my laptop here. I'm gonna review what specifically I wrote in this paragraph. To start things off, we need to... It's easy to say, so I'll sing it away. Oh, I love you. Self-sufficient living makes sure you have everything you need to get by. It ensures that your food, water, and power are all provided for when you're providing it for yourself. This protects you from the consequences of any disaster that may happen now or in the future, such as a food shortage in your area. People are heavily reliant on the supply chain working so that there's always food to buy from the grocery stores. The fragility of this whole process was exposed in the recent supply chain problems that the US is facing. Okay, so I just gotta get that paragraph down. My note cards that I wrote the other day don't have... They're not as, or they don't have, like, the specifics of this to guide me through it. I basically have the words makes sure written down, and that is supposed to cover 2 sentences. Self-sufficient living makes sure you have everything you need to survive when you're producing it yourself. It ensures... Oh wait. Self-sufficient living makes sure that you have everything you need to get by. Self-sufficient living makes sure that you have everything you need to get by. It ensures that your food, water, and power are all provided for, since you're providing it for yourself. This protects you from any consequences. This protects you from the consequences of any disaster that could happen now or in the future, such as a food shortage in your area. People are heavily reliant on the supply chain working so that the grocery stores have all the food that they need every week, or so that there's always food to buy from the grocery stores. The fragility of this whole process was exposed in the recent supply chain problems that the US is currently facing. Okay. Self-sufficient living makes sure that you have everything you need to get by. It ensures that all of your needs are provided for when you're providing them for yourself. It protects you from the consequences of any disaster that could happen now or in the future, such as a food supply shortage in your area. People are heavily reliant on the supply chain working properly, so that there will always be food in the grocery stores. So that there will always be food to buy from the grocery stores. The fragility of this whole process was exposed in the recent supply chain issues that the US is currently facing. In the 2022 article, in a 2022 article on usatoday.com titled "Grocery Stores Still Have Empty Shelves Amid Supply Chain Disruptions, Omicron, and Winter Storms," Jeff Friedman, who's the president and CEO of Consumer Brands Association, states that U.S. grocery stores typically have 5 to 10% of their items out of stock at any given time. However, right now, that unavailability rate is hovering around 15%. A rise in unavailability at grocery stores speaks to the detrimental impact that a supply chain crisis can have on our lives. If you're dependent on grocery stores providing your food for you, if you're dependent on the grocery stores providing food to you, then your very survival is put at risk whenever a problem occurs. However, if you grow your own food and provide for yourself, then you won't be at risk when a catastrophe hits and affects food supplies in your area. Okay. We're going again. These points are all jumbled up. I don't know who I'm going to be convinced. Like, this isn't a logical... Like, it's a logical argument, but it's not... The way that I've structured my speech doesn't... Like, one idea does not build upon the last. It's not a well-written speech. It's a speech, and it technically has content in it, which is why I'm going to get a good grade for it, because college standards suck, but... Or college standards are so low, but... But it's not... Like, I would never take this speech to a TED Talk, right? I could take this topic to a TED Talk, but I'd have to actually put an effort towards making this speech. Okay, here we go. Why do we need to perform self-sufficient living when other options are available to us already? Self-sufficient living. Self-sufficient living makes sure that we have everything we need to get by. It ensures that well, can you guys still hear me? Well, my TV just shut off. I know it has an automatic sleep. Oh, it turned back on. Oh. Well, I'm assuming you guys can still hear me. Okay. Self-sufficient living makes sure that you have everything that you need to get by. It ensures that you have everything that it ensures that everything you need is provided for when you're providing it for yourself. It protects you from the consequences of any disaster that can occur, or that could occur now or in the future. People are heavily reliant on the supply chain working properly, so that grocery stores will always have the food that they need. The fragility of this whole process. The fragility of this whole process was exposed in the recent supply chain issues that the U.S. is currently facing. In a 2022 article posted to usatoday.com titled "Grocery Stores Still Have Empty Shelves Amid Supply Chain Disruptions, Omicron, and Winter Storms," Jeff Freeman, who's the president and CEO of Consumer Brands Association, states that U.S. grocery stores typically have 5 to 10% of items out of stock at any given time. Right now, however, that unavailability rate is hovering around 15%. A rise in unavailability in grocery stores speaks to the detrimental impact that a supply chain crisis can have. If you're dependent on grocery stores having the food that you need, then your very survival is put at risk when something goes wrong. Okay, what was that? What it was? When something goes wrong. I said when a problem occurs on the paper, but a rise in unavailability at grocery stores speaks to the detrimental impact that a supply chain crisis can have. A rise in unavailability at grocery stores speaks to the detrimental impact that a supply chain crisis can have on our lives. If you're dependent on the grocery stores having the food that you need, then your very survival is put at risk whenever a problem occurs. However, if you grow your own food and provide for yourself, then you won't be at risk when a catastrophe hits and affects food supplies in your area. My notes don't even translate this properly. I didn't write good flashcards. That's what I get for not practicing this speech. Okay. I gotta memorize this section again. Those 3 paragraphs are about 2/3 of a page. So I've already memorized 1/3 of my speech. This part is another fraction of this, so I should get to about the halfway point with memorizing this, and I've almost got it in my head. It's only been 15 minutes, and I've almost memorized like an entire section of my speech. Why do we need self-sufficient living? Right. Now that we know what it means, it's time to ask ourselves, why do we need self-sufficient? Now that we know what it means, it's prudent to ask, why do we need, or what does prudence mean? Acting or showing care and thought towards the future. Now, I won't use prudent, I'll use important. Or it's logical. Now that we know what it means, it makes sense to ask, why do we need self-sufficient living when other options are available? When other options to get food are available to us already? Self-sufficient living means that self-sufficient living makes sure that you have everything you need to get by. It ensures that that your needs are provided for, since you're providing them for yourself. It protects you from the consequences of any disaster that could hit. It protects you from the consequences of any disaster that could happen now or in the future. People are heavily reliant on the supply chain working properly so that there's always food in the grocery stores for them to buy. The fragility of this whole process, however, was exposed in the recent supply chain problems that the US is facing. In an article, in the 2022 article posted to usatoday.com, titled, what was it titled? I'm allowed to use a flashcard for this. In a 2022 article on usatoday.com, titled, "Grocery Stores Still Have Empty Shelves Amid Supply Chain Disruptions, Omicron, and Winter Storms," Jeff Freeman, who's the president and CEO of Consumer Brands Association, states that U.S. grocery stores typically have 5 to 10% of items out of stock at any given time. Right now, however, that... Who's calling me? Hello?
Hello, Tyler?
Yeah?
Hey, Brandon giving you a call on behalf of CSULB on the recorded line. I trust you're having a good day.
Oh, yeah, I am.
Oh, good, good. I was just giving you a call because I'm sure you'd like
Oh, yeah. I just saw an advertisement for that, and I saw that you guys were offering like a free trial of the course with like an introductory program and all of that. So I was actually looking at it as maybe a potential career choice for myself, and just one of many potential career choices. So that's where my interest was in that. So, if I were interested and I went through the main program, then would I earn enough to then start a career afterwards in cybersecurity?
for the intro course.
Not for but for the whole thing.
Oh, for the main program? Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. That's the whole point of this program. What we do is we train you and we get you, we train you with skills. So when you finish this program, you can start working as a cybersecurity professional. Entry-level position in cybersecurity. And one of the things that we do later on in the program is
Wow, that actually sounds really good. How long is the course again? It's been a while since I looked at it. And how much would it cost to go through the whole program? Okay. I see. Yeah. I still, I haven't had that much time recently, but it's still in the back of my mind, so I'm definitely gonna check it out for sure. Can I start it at any time, or do you guys have like specific?
right now we're actually early for classes starting in June. We have a Monday, Wednesday class that starts June 22nd, and then we have a Tuesday, Thursday class that starts June 23rd.
Okay, so is that with the introductory course, or is that after I pass the introduction? Okay, so if I was interested, then I would enroll with the $180, and then I would do, and then it would be June that I would try it. Okay, that makes sense. So I mean, yeah, I'm definitely gonna look into it further, see if it's a good fit for me, but I'm undecided as for right now. All right, yeah, thank you for that. So that's why. All right, I see now. About a month ago, I saw a little backstory for you guys. About a month ago, I saw an advertisement for a career in cybersecurity. It was offered on it was offered by my the university that I used to go to, so it's close by to me. I mean, it's within a couple cities, but yeah, I had a question that I should have asked him about. So what was I gonna say? Yoko went in the windowsill, which is behind the blackout curtains, to clean herself. Okay, well, the sound is muffled, so I'm not gonna really scold her for it. If she has that much of a need to where she's like removing herself from my view in order to get away with it, then I'll just let it slide. I don't care. Anyway, yeah, so I saw this advertisement for a career in cybersecurity. It's, they said in a year from starting the program, I could have a job in cybersecurity as an entry-level position. It's fantastic. And so I was interested in that. And so they said they were offering like a free trial of the course, and they were offering like an introductory video into the course and then a cheap intro class to see if it's a good fit, right? It's like 30 hours of instruction, and then a test that I would take. And if I pass the test, then I can enroll in their main program. And it's like a 10-month program. And after the 10 months, then I'll earn a certificate, and they even assist me with getting a job. And they assist me with writing my resume, reaching out to companies that'll hire me, and then even preparing me for the job interviews that I do get. So they called me a couple times, and I missed the call, trying to get, because I signed up with my email and phone number, because that's what you have to do in order to get access to their little free trial thing. And so they've been trying to call me to I guess, gauge my interest in the program. And and so right now they had tried to call me again, so I answered it. I didn't recognize the number, I just answer phone calls that I get. And he was asking me, where my interest was in that, because he saw that I did sign up for it. And so I was thinking, why do they have advertisements for it on the internet, right? That's the first skeptical thing. If you pay for internet advertisements, that means that you're making a profit for whatever you're selling to the people you're advertising to. If you have advertisements, then you have made enough money to where those advertisements will be profitable to pay for. And where does that extra money come from? It comes from your customers. So I'm the customer, right? Because I'm the one seeing the advertisement. And then they even went so far as to give me several phone calls to gauge my interest in the program and to try to convince me to start it. They have to hire somebody in order to do that, and that person has to take the time in order to essentially be a salesman for this program. And I was thinking, okay, the online advertisements and the personal call to my phone number means that, that's all labor costs, which means this thing is probably going to be expensive, right, if I buy into it. And if 1 out of every 100 people who gives their phone number, buys this program, then they'll spin a profit, right? It'll make the other 99 useless calls still worth it. And it's like I told you guys with the whole cheese block thing. If you have a specialty product that only a few people will purchase, then that means you have to charge a lot of money to those few people who want to purchase it in order to make up for all the people who don't want to buy it, right? All the wasted time advertising to people who don't actually want it. So I asked the guy a bunch of questions about the program, because it's his job to sell the program to me, and I'm a potential customer. So I have the free, and words are free, so I can gain information through that, right? Information is free these days, right? So I asked questions, and basically I asked him, what are my opportunities with a career? And he explained all of that, where, I can actually, within at the end of a full year, I can actually graduate from the program and get a job. in the program, or in the career field, which is fantastic. It's more than most degrees will do for you. And so I asked him how long it would take, and he said, okay, there's the 1 month course, there's the intro video, and then there's a 1 month course that's really cheap, just to try it out, just to see if it's interesting, and then after that, if I pass into it, then I can pay the full tuition cost. And so I was like, okay, how much is this going to be? And he said, the intro video on the website's free, right? If I want to just, basically what I have access to right now is free. You know, they sent me an email, and I just log into the college website, and I can watch these videos and take some quizzes, see if it's, you know, something I want to dip my toes into. And then the introductory course, which is a month-long program that starts in June, is $180 just for the intro, which, for looking at if this is a career option for me, $180 is actually pretty cheap compared to everything else, right? I mean, people can spend thousands and thousands of dollars on college, and so $180 for essentially what's a trial period of this career path is pretty good, because if I decide I don't like it, then it only costs me $180, right? It's not like I've invested 4 years into getting a college degree that I don't like, that I don't actually want to work with, right? So 1 month and what's that? And $180, it's not that much of a price to pay to see if cybersecurity is for me. However, and here's where the kicker is. This is where all these costs are starting to add up. If I decide I like it, if I take the 1 month period and I pass and I decide this is for me, I want to go all the way with this, the 10-month program, which is less than a year, mind you, costs $16,000. $16,000. Holy shit. $16,000. I can go buy a house for $16,000. I mean, I could buy a crappy house in the middle of nowhere, but I can still buy a fucking house with $16,000. And no, I'm paying $16,000 for essentially what's just a bunch of school classes and hands-on experience and all that sort of stuff. I'm basically buying my way into this career field. That's what this is. And the thing is, they said they would offer assistance and, you know, write my resume and update my LinkedIn profile and essentially do everything that they can in order to prepare me to get a job in this field without actually being the ones to hire me, essentially, which is huge assistance, right? If I got a job, an entry-level job in cybersecurity, assuming that I keep my living expenses low, I could just work 1 year in that job and then pay back my college loan towards that course. So it's not that expensive. It's not that expensive relative to how much money I could be making in this field. But it's still $16,000 in order to get this kind of job. So now I have to determine, okay, is this, if I seriously consider this, which I'm not going to, I have to consider, which, you know, I might, never say never, you know, as famous pop artist Justin Bieber says, never say never. And get back on track, Big Pasta. I need to consider if this is going to be the right career choice for me. I mean, obviously, even if I work just like 5 years in this job and then choose something else later in the future, it'll be worth it for me, right? Even if I just work 2 years in the job, it'll be worth it for me. Because 1 year to pay the loans back, and then a second year, and then I just keep the money for that second year, right? And now I have this, and now I have 2 years of experience in this job field, and I have this certificate, and I'm able to get another job if I want to. You know, even if I quit the first one, I'm able to get another job. So I could probably convince the college to help me get another job once I, you know, if I give up my first one. So, you know, considering all the money that I fucking paid them, they better. help me with that. So at any other point in my life. But anyway, what was I gonna say? I would need to see if the career path is right for me. And what's right for me, right? You guys know I don't give a shit what I do with my life, or as far as a job goes, as long as I make money and bring it home. Or as long as I get to go home after the job every day. But that's the thing. Will this be a job where I get to go home? I don't know. I don't know if this is going to be this is most likely going to be an 8-hour-a-day job. But it could be a 10-hour-a-day job. It could be a 12 hours a day job. It could be 6 days a week. It could be any of these things. I mean, if it's something I could take to another country, I could move to Europe with, you know, the degree and experience in cybersecurity. But that's the thing, though, is will this job take me away from my future family? And that is the answer. I need that question answered. Can I work from home with this job? That's kind of the main point here. Or can I work this job part-time? Or, you know, anything else like that. And I should have asked the guy on the phone these questions, because my interest in something, in any career field, rises exponentially if there is work from home opportunities, or if there is part-time opportunities for it. Because, like you guys know, I do not want to give up the rest of my life towards my job, towards my career. So I might look into it, but I think I need that question answered, and I would want somebody who's knowledgeable of the industry in order to give me that answer. So, Kiwi, stop it, stop it. You're so loud. But yeah, it's a lack of knowledge. I need more information in order to make an informed decision about it, because 10 months is not a lot of time, or 1 year to do something is not a lot of time if it's something that could potentially be good for the rest of my life. But $16,000 means that I'm invested, and I need to at the very minimum make a return on that investment in order to do it, which means I need to pass the course, which is exceedingly hard for me because I'm not a hard worker. So college is not my thing. I'm forcing myself to go through it, but it's not my thing. And after after I pass it, I need to get a job in that career field so I can pay off the debt that I've incurred. Because I will incur debt by working this career field. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. Stop. Okay. Anyway, so that's another thing. I had forgotten about that, honestly. Cute.
Stop it. Stop. I'm not talking to you.
Okay. So I need to keep practicing my speech. I am totally like out of the mood. Kiwi. Okay. I scold Kiwi for cleaning herself. Ah, Kiwi. I scold Kiwi for cleaning herself, and Yoko responds to me. I don't understand. She's just... She thinks I'm scolding... Yoko thinks I'm scolding her when I'm clearly looking and speaking at Kiwi. This is another thing with cats, right? It's like they don't know when you're not talking to them, or when you're, you know, talking to something else or whatever. So that's probably why Kiwi likes me so much, is because every word that I say here on stream, Kiwi probably thinks that I'm talking at her. So I don't think she understands the concept that... I don't think cats understand the concept that, you know, there's... I could be talking to somebody else, right? There's, God, what is it, in kids? There's some concept that you learn as an infant where it's like things exist when you can't see them. To a baby, things exist when they can see them, or things can only exist when they see them, right? That's why you can play peekaboo with a baby. If you cover your face, then that baby thinks that you have disappeared from this planet, and that's why it gets all scared. It's just lost its parent. And then you peekaboo, and you open your hands and you reveal to the baby that you existed all along. And the baby can understand that you can, and the baby starts to understand that, and the baby gets all happy and stuff again, right? The baby will start to, there's, you know, it's a fun game to play with your kid, but, or with your infant, but there's an actual educational purpose to it. It's that the baby will learn that just because something or someone disappears does not mean that it stops existing. Right? Things continue to exist when they are out of your view. A baby doesn't understand that, but it can eventually learn it, right? That's what you're supposed to learn, right? That's how you grow up. Because if you don't understand that as a human being, then you're going to have a really hard time, you know, understanding anything else, because everything about spatial awareness for a human being is based off the initial concept that things can exist despite whether you can see them or not. So it's not that hard of a concept. But I don't think these cats understand that. So I think it's a similar concept, but with auditory cues, right? Whenever I'm talking to you guys on stream, my cats probably think that I'm just eternally talking to them. In the instance where Yoko, when I scold Kiwi, Yoko will respond. It's very weird. It's very odd, because Yoko thinks that all scolding from me is directed at her. So it's this concept. I don't know. There's probably other psychological reasons based on it too, but I don't really feel like analyzing the psychology of my cats. Doesn't really sound like too great of a task, to be honest.
Kiwi, stop it. Kiwi. Stop.
Anyway, guys, I gotta re-remember what I was doing, because I don't fucking remember. Kiwi, shut up! I fucking can't focus with them licking themselves. They're so loud. They're so annoying. Oh my god. You guys know how like women are super sensitive to like high-pitched voices? Kiwi! Stop it. Stop it. Ah. You guys know how like women are sensitive to like high-pitched voices? Because their ears are attuned. Kiwi. You guys know how. Fucking, this is the fourth time I'm trying to say it. If Kiwi would stop licking herself for 2 minutes. You guys know how women are very sensitive towards high-pitched frequencies because it's the when their baby cries, they have to hear it, and it has to be annoying enough to them to where they want to go and comfort the baby to make it stop crying. It's a motherly instinct, and it's biologically integrated into their senses. And so whenever there's music of like girls screaming or something, then it can annoy some women because, or it can sound bad to some women because it simulates children crying. It simulates babies crying, and the women get this natural instinct that, oh, baby's crying, I gotta make it stop. But of course, I can't make it stop because it's a full-grown female singer who's singing anime songs or something. I don't know, and so it's that concept. Anyway, women's ears are particularly sensitive to high-pitched noises to an annoying degree because of those reasons. I feel like my ears are attunely sensitive to cats licking themselves. It's to the point where I've woken up from a deep sleep to the sound of my cat licking herself. Like, it wakes me up, just as a baby's cries would wake you up would wake up a new parent in the middle of the night. It's like that bad for me, and I don't know why. I don't know why it irritates me so much. And like sometimes I'll get like these phantom sounds where I will think that the cat is licking herself even though she's not. And like I'll start, like there's been points in my life where I'll like hallucinate that the cat is licking herself. Like, I don't know why this specific thing gets me so annoyed. It's so hard to live with though. Oh my god, I don't... I'm just complaining. I'll probably just kick my cats out at some point today. I'm so over it. Anyway, I have 5 hours until this speech is due. I was making such good progress on it before that dude called. Well, it's not the worst time for a dude to call. I could have been in the middle of my final attempt at recording the thing when he called. That would have screwed me up. He called it a very low stakes moment. I don't know why he chose like 3:30 in the afternoon to call, but future computer scientists are probably sleeping in the mornings. I've heard horror stories about jobs in cybersecurity. They're still vulnerable to the hierarchy of, bosses and middle managers breathing down their necks, even though the management doesn't know, what they're talking about or what their employees even do. I could get a job in the field, but am I really going to like the job in the field, right? Okay, let's get back on to my speech. Okay, where I leave off. Okay. Now that we know what it means, next we have to ask, or it makes sense to ask, why do we need self-sufficient living when other options are available to us? When other options of getting food are available to us? Self-sufficient living makes sure that you have everything you need to get by. It ensures that it ensures that everything you need is provided for when you're providing it for yourself. It protects you from the consequences of any disaster that could happen now or in the future, such as a food shortage in your area. People are heavily reliant on the supply chain working properly so that there's always food to buy at the grocery stores. The fragility of this whole process was exposed in the recent supply chain problems that the US is facing. In an article on USA Today, in a 2022 article on usatoday.com titled "Grocery Stores Still Have Empty Shelves Amid Supply Chain Disruptions, Omicron and Winter Storms," Jeff Freeman, who's the president and CEO of Consumer Brands Association, states that the US grocery stores typically have 5 to 10% of items out of stock at any given time. Right now, however, that unavailability rate is hovering around 15%. This rise in unavailability speaks to the detrimental impact that a supply chain crisis can have on our lives. If you are dependent on the grocery stores having the food that you need, then your very survival is put at risk whenever a problem occurs. However, Kiwi, stop. Okay, where was I? This rise in unavailability speaks to the detrimental impact that a supply chain crisis could have on our lives. If you are dependent on the grocery stores having the food you need, then your very survival is put at risk whenever a problem occurs. However, if you produced your own food and life essentials that you need yourself, God, I can't remember this sentence. However, if you grow your own food and provide for yourself, then you won't be at risk when a catastrophe hits and affects food supplies in your area. Okay, I just gotta get that in the last sentence. However, if you grow your own food and provide for yourself, then you won't be at risk when a catastrophe hits and affects food supplies in your area. Okay, again. However, if you grow your own food and provide for yourself, then you won't be at risk when a catastrophe hits and affects food supplies in your area. Alright, I got that. Meme review. Self-sufficient living. Okay, let's do it again. Let's do it again, boys. Now that we know what it means, it makes sense to ask, why do we need self-sufficient living when there are other means of getting food already available to us? Self-sufficient living makes sure that you have everything you need to get by. It ensures that all of your needs are provided for when you're providing them for yourself. This protects you from the consequences of any disaster that could happen now or in the future, such as food shortages. People are heavily reliant on the supply chain working properly so that there's always food to buy from the grocery stores. The fragility of this whole process, however, was exposed in the recent supply chain problems that the U.S. is currently facing. In a 2022 article on usatoday.com titled "Grocery Stores Still Have Empty Shelves Amid Supply Chain Disruptions, Omicron, and Winter Storms," Jeff Freeman, who's the president and CEO of Consumer Brands Association, states that U.S. grocery stores typically have 5 to 10% of items out of stock at any given time. Right now, however, that unavailability rate is hovering around 15%. The rise in unavailability in grocery stores speaks to the detrimental impact that a supply chain crisis can have on our lives. If you are dependent on grocery stores providing you with food, then your very survival is put at risk whenever a problem occurs. However, if you grow your own food and provide for yourself, then you won't be at risk when a catastrophe hits. You won't be at risk when a catastrophe hits and affects food supplies in your area. Wow, I did it. Okay. One more time, and then we'll move on. You know what? I'm going to start from the top. Take it from the top, boys. It's the year 2022. March, to be precise. A lone man sitting in this room in front of a microphone, going by the name of Big Pasta, uses his precious free time hours in order to get his final speech done for his college class. He better hurry though. He has less than 5 hours to finish this speech and turn it in before he fails the class. For the consequences of that would be too dire to even imagine. A race against time. This lone man chases against fate. Will he succumb to the pressure, or will he succeed and come out on top? This summer, join us in the thrilling journey of a lone streamer fighting for what he believes in and striving to make his dreams come true. In the hit classical film Big Pasta, a prelude to a Wonderful Life. In theaters June 26th. There you go, guys. Isn't that such a silly movie trailer? Silly, silly. That wasn't my speech. I keep getting distracted. God dang it. This summer, in a world struck by a pandemic, one man okay, what's my speech about? Sustainable living? I don't know anymore. In a world. You know, like every Japanese anime talks about, and every like Japanese show, like regular show too, dramas and whatnot, they talk about this world. Kono sekai. Ittai nani ga? Naze ore wo jibun dake ni suru sekai? Kono sekai e. But yeah, it's like, and it's like, it's such a cool concept. Like, to me, it was such a cool concept because, you know, freaking, ugh. These gummies are made of gelatin. To me, you know, the concept of like the world or whatever, it's such a cool concept, right? Because, or like in media, you have this idea that, you have this perspective that like the world is bigger than you, and so you're the underdog who's trying to fight against the way the world is. That's why a lot of people contemplate about like the state of the world and all this sort of stuff. Not like, you know, oh, what's the state of the world? Well, there's global conflict somewhere. Not like that. It's a man versus the world kind of story. Story structure. The story structure. And I think, I don't know. It's interesting because it plays off of what we think about, right? We think about especially growing up, we think about, oh, what is this world that we've been in? Why is the world so cruel? Why do I have to suffer in this world? Why couldn't things be different? Things like that, right? And so when we watch shows and movies and play games that reference that, oh, this world is so corrupt and it's so evil and I'm a good person trying to like fight through it, it's a nice concept because it's something that we can all relate to. It's something that we've all thought about at least once in our lives, and maybe it's a feeling that resonates with us right now. It's a feeling that's always resonated with me, so... I mean, yeah, the whole concept of, like, this world has become sort of a trope, but... Well, I don't know, I still think it's cool. The story idea that I have doesn't play on that concept at all. The characters don't ever introspect on the world and, you know, whatever, right? They just... They're more, like, singularly focused on the individual tragedies that occur to them and around them, I suppose. But the concept's still there, right? It's, oh, the world is causing this. It's the way that the world works that, you know, is causing all this suffering and sadness to happen to people. Right? Why can't the world just be better? You know, things like that. And, you know, the stories of the underdog main character becoming the hero, you know, he's doing so in these stories, he's doing so in spite of the world, right? He's rising up and fighting against his fate. He's fighting against the life that was preordained to him, right? He's fighting against the destiny that he didn't want. And, you know, that's the kind of character that a lot of people look up to because we imagine ourselves as victims of an evil and uncaring world. And we would want nothing more than to live in a utopia of our own design, right? In a world that fits our standards, and a world that, you know, where suffering doesn't happen. You know, that's what we want. But again, it's all subjective, right? Your ideal world is going to cause suffering to somebody else, but it won't cause suffering to you, and so that's why and you can't imagine it causing suffering to somebody else. That's why it's your ideal world. That's why it's my ideal world. The world we live in right now is perfect for somebody out there. It's just not you or me. And so it's not anybody who enjoys those stories about rebelling against the world and challenging their own fate. It's not, you know, the world doesn't appeal to those people. And I think it's a really interesting concept to think about and ponder on. And that's why I like stories about it, because it's, you know, it's the classic, it's the underdog. This person who's at a disadvantage has a clear motivation to rise up and to fight against the powers that be in order to make a better life for himself and for the ones that he cares about. And I think that there's something genuine about that. There's something that's nice about that. And it gives proper character motivation, first of all, but more importantly, I think it's something that everybody can relate to. So. In a world where Big Pasta keeps talking about nonsense while he procrastinates on his final speech assignment. It's just... you know, when we're in high school, all of us, you know, daydream at least once about, oh, I have this homework assignment due tomorrow, but I'm super tired right now. I wish I could just stop time entirely. I wish I could just stop time and then go take a nap. And then I could wake up and then do the assignment and then start time again. Every teenager has that thought. For one, you guys have had that thought before. You can't lie about that. And it's, or something similar, at least. The ability to stop time just so you could do your homework. right? So I think we all dream about a way where life can be better for us. Not a way where we can make it better, but a way where life can be better for us, right? Everybody just wants something to be handed to them, obviously. So, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? I want something to be handed to me. If I won the lottery tonight, then that'd be fantastic, right? Then I wouldn't have to do any of this crap. I wouldn't have to finish college or go get a job or anything like that, right? I wouldn't have to worry about, the eventual collapse of society, because I'd have the money in order to set up a good future for myself, and I'd have the money to do it in the most lazy way possible, right? I could use the millions of dollars to buy the best technology to create. I mean, I could create one of those 10-story deep underground bunkers with with power generators and growing their own food and stuff, right? I wouldn't be able to build one that big, but I could buy a space in that one bunker that already exists, the one luxury bunker, because the small apartments in those are $1.5 million, I think, and that entitles you to being fed 3 times a day and all that stuff with their growing solutions and whatnot. So I would want to build one myself, but if I didn't have the budget for that, then I could just do that or whatever. Or I could just simply move to a country that's going to be unaffected by global conflict. That would also be nice, and then set myself up there, and then just integrate into the local economy. So convert all my money into that country's currency, and then I don't have to worry about the United States collapsing because I have $10 million in Indian rupees or Japanese yen or I don't know any other currencies in the world. Great Britain pounds or in euros or wherever, right? I don't know. Move to Norway. Move to Norway. My piano teacher was from Norway. She spoke with this really heavy accent. But I was amazed that she could speak fluent English despite her accent. But it's because everybody in Norway speaks English. They speak Norwegian, but also English. Beep, beep. Good news! It's the 6th of the month. That means buy one get one 6-piece chicken McNuggets today. Don't let this deal slip away. God, freaking McDonald's is so expensive. It costs $2.50 for 6-piece. Wait a second. They can't offer a buy one get one on a 6-piece nugget because there's another deal in the app where you can mix and match 2 items for $2.50, and one of the items is a 6-piece chicken nugget. So wait a second. They just have that deal a second time. Oh my god, what is wrong with them? They're not even willing to create new deals. I don't understand McDonald's. Their prices are going up and stuff. I guess people pay it, so I'd rather buy. People would say, "Oh, I'd rather buy 6-piece McNuggets from McDonald's than buy a bag of chicken nuggets from the grocery store and then microwave those myself." It's so easy just to microwave them. That's what McDonald's does. They just throw it in the heater thing. It's not a microwave, but I don't think they don't fry their McNuggets fresh. It's a plastic bag of just a bunch of pre-made frozen chicken nuggets that they made in a factory out of state. Anyway, I gotta get back on track. Holy shit, I gotta get back on track. Okay. I was gonna practice my thing a second. One more time. Oh yeah, I was gonna do it from the top. Okay, from the top. In a world. No, goddamn it. Okay. In a society. No. Okay. It's the beginning of the pandemic. March 2020. I go to the grocery store like I do every week to buy some food. But when I arrive, what I see before me leaves me in shock. There's no more food left on the shelves. No, damn it. Most of the shelves are empty. I start to panic. Is there going to be no more food left? Or is all the food going to be gone? I gotta start this over. It's the beginning of the pandemic. March 2020. I go to the grocery store like I do every week to buy some food. But when I arrive, what I see in front of me leaves me in shock. Most of the shelves are empty. I start to panic. Is all the food going to be gone? In my panic, I stock up on food in anticipation of a full-on food shortage, thinking that there will be nothing left by the time I return next week. But thankfully, my worst fears were never realized. The food had returned to the shelves, and I avoided the potential famine that this pandemic could have brought about. But ever since that harrowing experience, I started to realize just how much we rely on grocery stores having the food we need every week. So since then, I've done extensive research on self-sufficient living, so that I'm not caught off guard when another disaster strikes. I've even put my knowledge to practice by making my own aquaponics setup at home. And now, I want to give you all some of what I've learned over the past couple of years. Because in this unstable world that we live in, I believe that self-sufficient living can provide American citizens with guaranteed stability. Today I'll be going over what does self-sufficient living mean, and what's the stability guaranteed through those means. Why do we need self-sufficient living when other options are available for us already? And how do we achieve self-sufficient living and get the stability in our lives through those means? First off, we need to talk about what is self-sufficient living, and what is the stability gained through doing it. In the article titled What Self-Sufficient Living is About and 8 Tips on How to Achieve It, posted to morningchores.com, Jennifer Poindexter, who's been a full-time homesteader since 2010, defines self-sufficient living as being able to supply one's own needs without external assistance. In other words, self-sufficient living means producing all the resources you need yourself, including growing your own food, gathering your own water, and producing your own power. Self-sufficient living ensures a lifetime of stability because you will always have everything that you need. Because you will always have everything you need without, while never having to rely on other people to provide for you. Now that we've defined self-sufficient living, it makes sense to ask, why do we need to perform self-sufficient living when there are other options for acquiring food for us already? Self-sufficient living makes sure that you have everything you need to get by. It ensures that you have everything you need because you're providing it for yourself. It will it protects you from the consequences of any disaster that could occur now or in the future, such as food supply shortages in your area. You know, people are heavily reliant on the supply chain working. People are heavily reliant on the supply chain working properly, so that they will always have the food so that grocery stores will always have the food that they need available to them. However, the fragility of this whole process was exposed in the recent supply chain problems that the US is currently facing. In the 2022 article on usatoday.com titled "Grocery Stores Still Have Empty Shelves Amid Supply Chain Disruptions, Omicron and Winter Storms," Jeff Freeman, who's the president and CEO of Consumer Brands Association, states that U.S. grocery stores typically have 5 to 10% of items out of stock at any given time. Right now, however, that unavailability rate is hovering around 15%. This rise in unavailability speaks to the detrimental effect that a supply chain crisis can have on our lives. If you are dependent on grocery stores having the food that you need, then your very survival is put at risk when there is when a problem occurs. Okay. If you are dependent on the grocery stores having the food that you need, then your very survival is put at risk whenever a problem occurs. However, if you grow your own food and provide for yourself, then you won't be at risk when a catastrophe hits and food supplies when a catastrophe hits and affects food supplies in your area. Okay. I pretty much got that down. I still have to think about it, but it's all in my head. So I'm about halfway through the speech right now. I'm 2 of 4 pages in, so. Self-sufficient and sure, if US, no worry. I don't know what I was referring to when I wrote these flashcards. People who, despite any other mess. Oh my god, okay. What the hell am I talking about here? Okay, I gotta actually read. Through these, okay. Sorry guys, this is taking so long. It's kind of a final project. I should have done this earlier in the week, I know. That's me though, I'm a procrastinator. I think there are a lot of people who never really grow out of procrastination. They just, people who are chronic procrastinators, the only reason they stop procrastinating on stuff is because they stop going to school. And so they don't need to worry about procrastination anymore, right? Working a job is easy because you just go there and then you do whatever you're told and then you go home, right? You don't need to do homework or you don't have any other responsibilities other than that, right? If you work a steady job and you go to work every day and then you come home and pay the bills, then that's like 90% of your entire life's problems are just solved, right? Because you eat food, you have food, and you provide shelter for yourself, and yada yada, right? It's the simplest solution to a person's survival. It might not be the easiest, and it certainly doesn't sound like it's the most enjoyable, but it's the simplest solution. So anyway, yeah, chronic procrastinators, all they have to do is just get a regular job, and then their expenses are taken off, right? I worked my last job for 6 years, and every day for those 6 years, besides the fact that I had to go to work, I didn't have to worry about anything, because I had enough money to afford myself. I paid rent on time every month, and I bought my own food, and yeah, it was easy enough. Okay. Like, life is easy enough. Doesn't make it enjoyable, but it's easy enough. In the current state of the world, there is a constant risk for global conflict. Right now, tensions around the world are high as the war between Ukraine and Russia commences. Even if the current conflict doesn't affect US citizens right now, there is still a chance of global conflict happening in the future. Holy fuck. They are like slobbering a swimming pool over there. I'm kicking the cats out. Fucking get out. Hey. Stop it. Stop. 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 No. No. You're too loud. Holy crap. I can hear her through the blackout curtains, and I could hear her over the car alarm. That's how fucking loud she was. When a cat is cleaning herself louder than a car alarm is going off, then that's... I have no words. It's just so annoying. Oh my god. Again, I feel like I have to reiterate, if a person that I cared about was making this much noise or being this lonely or this annoying, I would not get mad over it because it's a person that I care about. But when it's a fucking cat, when it's my fucking cat, and she's only doing it, she's doing it unnecessarily too. She's just simply, these cats just lick themselves just to lick themselves. And it's a fucking cat. I don't necessarily, like, I don't love her, right? Like, this isn't a human being who I've invested my life with. And it just feels like it's just a fucking machine that just goes off. It's like, oh, it's just a machine that's just gonna it's just gonna burn an annoying sound like once in a while. And it's so inconsistent. It's like if I had a schedule for when she was going to clean herself, like if she was like, okay, I'm going to clean myself for 5 minutes every hour at the top of the hour. I'd be like, okay, fantastic. Every hour at the top of the hour, I'll know like, okay, this is the scheduled time, and I'll leave the room. I'll leave the room if it's like that bothersome to me, but most likely I won't. Most likely I'll just put in headphones and I'll put in music. But I'm not going to put in my headphones and play music or whatever else all of the time just because she could at a random point in time start cleaning herself and I don't want to hear it. And the thing is, I've heard her clean herself. I've had my giant headphones on with music blasting through my ears, and with my back turned to her, and I've still heard her lick herself. Through all of that, I've still heard her lick herself. And so I can't fucking escape it. I can't escape it at all, right? And again, if it was a human being who I loved, and I cared for, who did literally the exact same thing, or worse. I can't imagine what's worse than this, but if she did worse, I'd be completely fine with it. I'd be completely fine with it. I would not get any tinge of annoyance or anger from it at all. It might sound like I'm an angry person because I'm constantly complaining about this, but this does not apply to human beings at any degree. This doesn't apply to human beings at all. It's just my cat being annoying. This doesn't apply to human beings at all, right? I'm just so fucking done with these cats. Holy crap. But yeah, it's different. When it's a human being, it's different. Because you can communicate to a human being. If the human being that I'm with and I marry expresses any kind of, like, sorrow, or, like, you know, she feels bad that, you know, she's doing something that is a little bit annoying, it's all forgiven. It's all forgiven. Because at least she has some humility to it. These fucking cats are arrogant, right? These fucking cats are arrogant, and they're like self-imposing this onto me. Not onto me, obviously, right? I don't think they're doing it like maliciously, but it's like they don't have any regard for what they're doing. And that's what it is. A human being has regard for what they're doing, even if they never stop, even if they don't want to stop. They still have regard for what they're doing. They still recognize it and recognize the impact that can have on other human beings. And that's enough. That's enough, right? You don't need anything more than that in order to stop being annoyed at it or stop being, you know, whatever at it, right? I'm not going to be angry at something that someone feels sorry about, even if they keep doing it, right? And it's like, that's the number one thing. It's like, person A and person B can do an action that's bad, but if person A, you know, apologizes for it and feels sorry about it, and person B doesn't, and person B acts arrogantly and is like, well, I'm going to keep doing it, so you better put up with it. You know, if they act like that, I will forgive person A and I will punch person B. Like, even though when they do that action, I will forgive the person A and I will hate the person B, because person B is arrogant and they're a bitch about it, whereas person A actually, like, is considerate. They have something about them that's annoying and they're not going to stop, and they don't want to stop, or maybe they can't stop, whatever, but they recognize it and they have some humility and consciousness. You know, they're considerate of other people. Even if they can't show that consideration through their actions, they can at least express it. And that's good enough. That's good enough, right? Like, oh my god, these fucking cats. These cats are person B. They are just waiting for an opportunity where, like, I won't notice it, and then they try to do it to get away with it, right? It's the whole scratching your bug bite thing, right? Just avoid it. It's not just avoid it when you have a flea allergy, but it's like the solution isn't what they're doing. That's the thing. The solution isn't what they're doing. What they're doing doesn't work to solve it. It only worsens the condition for them, and it annoys me who exists around them. So, and it's a bad thing all around. It's a bad thing all around. That's why I get annoyed at it. If it was good for their health to clean themselves to death like they do, and for Yoko to be losing patches of hair like she is, if it was healthy for her to do that, then I would leave it alone. But it's not. That's the thing. There's no action. It's an annoyance, it's inconsiderate, and it serves no benefit. That's what it is. It's a uselessly done action. The action only brings negative into the world. It does not bring any positivity into the world. And I mean, that's why I feel justified in getting angry at it, right? You can find something annoying, even if it's a good thing overall, but that's when you forgive the action, right? You can't help being annoyed at something, but you forgive the action and you work on yourself to get less annoyed. I can't ignore this. I can't fucking ignore this. It's so fucking annoying. They have stopped, which is why I'm able to actually string sentences together now, is because I actually have audible control over my own thoughts right now because they're not licking themselves. Just whatever. It just drives me up the wall. The thing is, the only way I can avoid it is if they're not bombastic about it, and I also have my headphones in blasting music. I've had podcasts on playing when I have my headphones in and they're at full volume. They're at full volume without blowing my eardrums out, mind you. And so they're at an appropriate volume, a little louder. They're at a volume where if somebody walks into my room and starts talking to me, I cannot hear them. I cannot hear that person. That is the volume that they're at, that my music or my podcast is at. And I can still hear my cats licking themselves. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable at this point. It's like a baby crying, right? If you have headphones in, you will still hear your baby cry. Probably. Some people don't. But a woman would, because her ears are biologically tuned to recognize high-pitched cries, and then the considerate guy will notice because he'll like always be paying attention. He'll always have his guard up and always be paying attention for it. So. But even like baby cries can be gotten away with some uncaring father with his headphones in. Maybe, I don't know. I don't have any experience with that. But these fucking cats, oh my god. Like I can tell. At this point, like I can tell when they start licking themselves. Like it's a sixth sense. That's what it is. It's a sixth sense for me to be able to tell when they're licking themselves. And it drives me crazy, right? It just drives me crazy. I can't get away from it. The only time I get away from it is when I kick them out of my room so I can go to sleep, because I want my peaceful respite from their incessant licking when I sleep, because that is my time. My time is when I sleep. So fucking just whatever. I am going to go insane. If I have these two cats who are clingy to me and who always want to be in my room, and they're always going to be licking themselves in my room. I mean, I could put them in like a soundproof box with ventilation, I guess. I could construct one of those because I've always wanted to construct a soundproof box before. That's going to cost a lot of money. And I don't know if they would actually want to be in one of those. So. You guys know they sell soundproof boxes. It's like a meeting room, right? And you can sit in it, and another person can sit on the opposite side, and there's like a TV in there, and you have a table. And basically, you close the doors, and it's completely soundproof. You can't hear the outside, and the outside can't hear you. It's awesome. And they have electricity in there, like power outlets, and they have ventilation fans to get the air circulating. Not like circulating within the thing, but like circulating from in and out, right? So you constantly get fresh air from the outside in the thing. So it's nice. It's actually it's wide enough to where you could technically lay down on the floor. You could lay down on the floor and have the TV tilted down towards you, and then just like play games and stuff in there. And you can have the game through the speakers full blast, and nobody on the outside can hear you. So that's awesome. So it'd be a great place to lounge, something like that. It's like just this little box. I want one. I could put it outside in the backyard, and then I could just exist there. And I get constant fresh outside air circulating through the inside of this thing. Power outlets, and I just run a cord from the house. Oh, that'd be so fun. The stupid things are like $12,000 though, so I might as well go to college if I'm going to be paying that much money. But it's a nice little thing, so it's something I want. So I want to figure out how they make it, and then I could probably make it for about half the cost. If you make something yourself, then it's half the cost because you are your own labor, and you don't have to pay as a company to advertise and set up the product and all that. So when you buy a product from a company, most of what you're paying for the product is the labor and structure of the company that's needed to buy the product, right? Like if you go into a store and you buy something from that store, you are paying more than what the item is worth because you are paying for the rent on the store to be open that day for you to come into, and you're also paying the employees who provide you with you're paying the employees who are providing you with the shopping experience, right? Shopping experience. You're paying the cashier and the customer service person and the manager. You're paying their paychecks, right? In the cost of whatever product you buy, because your money is the only way they're making money, but they still have to pay money to the landlord and to the employees. So that's what it is. So when you go to a restaurant, there's a reason why a breakfast platter at a breakfast cafe, there's a reason why they charge $8 for it when you make it at home and it costs you $2. It's because it's because you're paying for the restaurant to be open, and you're paying for the waiter's wage, and you're paying for the cook's wage, and you're paying for the manager's wage, and all that stuff. And you're also paying a tip. Whoopie-doo, right? So I only go to a restaurant when it's like something I absolutely cannot make at home, right? Like a specialty ramen shop. That's something, right? Their special broth that they make is something that I can't really replicate at home. So, and they make their noodles fresh in-house. I mean, I could technically make my own ramen at home with all the same ingredients and make it almost as good. But it's a lot of work, right? So I'll just go to a restaurant for it. I just won't have it, but if I do want it, I'll just go to the restaurant for it. If I only want it once in a while. Or like my specialty mac and cheese that I get in LA, that I've gotten twice in my life. That's something that I will intentionally travel for, because it's a lot of ingredients and it's cooked in a certain way to where it's made really good. So sometimes something made by a career chef is it tastes a lot better than something that you can just make at home copying the same recipe. Anyway, I gotta keep going with this speech. I was memorizing the next part, right? Ah, shit. Another hour's passed. Oh, fuck. I really gotta keep get on track. In the current state of the world, there's constant risk for a global conflict occurring. In the current state of the world, there's constant risk for global conflict. Right now, tensions are high around the world as the war between Ukraine and Russia commences. Even if the current conflict doesn't directly affect U.S. citizens right now, there is still a chance of global conflict happening in the future. Okay, I gotta memorize that part. One part at a time. In the current state of the world, I'm breaking this essay up into ideas. So, the first part was my anecdote, and then the second part was the introduction, and then the third part is defining self-sufficient living, and then the fourth part was talking about the supply chain crisis. And then this fifth part is talking about, global conflict. Hey! Stop. 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 She's like, she'll like dig her claws into the ground to brace herself for the violent licking that she's about to do. That's how hard she goes at it. Holy shit. It would be like if I brushed my teeth so hard that my teeth cracked. She's doing it that hard. I don't understand. This is not healthy for her, and yet she still keeps doing it, and she's upset that I'm trying to prevent her from doing it. It's not a good situation. Holy shit. I can't take it. The thing is, if she had like a real medical problem, I would be sympathetic of her, right? But of course, I would then be equipping her with all the things, right? Like, I'm like this close to just putting like one of those cones on her head. Ah, yo, back. Stop. Stop. They're both in the window, so I can't tell which one is licking. So I'm afraid that I might be yelling at the wrong person or the wrong cat. But yeah, I'm like this close just putting a cone on her head. And then she can freaking lick the cone in vain, because I'd rather her that than what she's doing right now. And the thing is, we just put flea treatment on them yesterday. The flea treatment's supposed to last a month, and she's like getting bitten by fleas within 24 hours of having been given this medicine. So it's clearly not effective. I should probably just fucking take her to the vet, honestly, and get a diagnosis. I got it. I just gotta shell out the money. This is... But then Kiwi keeps licking herself too. Do I do that for her too? Probably. Fuck. 2 vet visits is gonna run me $100, and that's not including the actual treatment that I'm gonna need for them. Because what they're going to do is they're probably going to prescribe the heavy-duty flea treatment for me to give to them. But I think that since I just gave them flea treatment, I'm going to have to wait a little while before I can give them the new one. But anyway, if I have a solution to the problem, then I can probably put up with whatever's going on in the meantime. In the meantime, though, I could probably just get a cone for Yoko. Just get a short one. Just one that barely prevents her from licking any part of her body. I mean, she can lick her tail, I guess, but she won't be able to lick her behind or anything like that. Yeah, sure, cats need to clean themselves, but they don't need to clean themselves like 24/7. They don't need that much maintenance. Feral cats don't clean themselves that much. I mean, they're dirty. They get dirty because of it, but you know, this cleaning isn't being good conditioner for Yoko's fur. It's destroying her fur. I might as well just take her to the vet. I don't have like pet insurance or anything. I should probably get like cat insurance for her, to be honest. I'll just take her to the vet every once in a while. They sell pet insurance, or like cat insurance or dog insurance. If I get a dog, I'm gonna get dog insurance. Dogs are a little higher maintenance, so it's part of what you do, right? I want my dog to be healthy and happy. Well, I'm kind of afraid of taking the dog to the vet. They try to sell you on brushing the teeth of your cat or dog. But there's a story. I don't know if I told you guys this story before, but so I'll make it quick because I don't want to waste too much time. A family friend, or one of my mom's friends, she had a dog and she loved the dog, obviously. She took her dog to the vet to get the dog's teeth cleaned. And what I didn't know about this is that they have to give anesthetic to the dog. Certain dogs, I guess, need anesthetic so that the dog goes to sleep and so the people can, open its mouth and clean its teeth without having to worry about getting their hand bitten and all that. Anyway, they were giving the dog the anesthetic to put the dog to sleep, and they accidentally gave the dog too much anesthesia, and the dog died from it. I mean, that's the end of the story. Yeah, they gave the dog too much anesthetic, and it killed the dog. So, yeah. So, I mean, imagine not only losing your pet, but losing your pet because you went to get its teeth brushed. You wanted your dog to have clean teeth, so you took it to the vet and they killed it. You don't expect that sort of thing to happen. It's like, you're brushing your teeth, right? When has anybody been in mortal danger from brushing their teeth? But apparently your fucking pet can die from it. So anyway, it's a super sad story. But yeah, so I'm totally against. My cats can have all the cavities in the world. I'm not getting their teeth brushed, right? I'm like, there's no way. Because the last time I went to the vet, they tried to advertise that. They were like, oh, you could get your pet's teeth brushed, or right? Because they want to make money. I was like, no, get away from my animal. It's not letting you brush its teeth. They won't brush the teeth without your permission, because if they do, then they can't charge you for it. And it costs, the anesthetic costs some money, the labor costs some money and all that. So they won't do it without your permission. So, but it's always going to be a no. Even if they say the cat needs it, no. The answer is no. Right? Not going to risk that. And I'm sure it's like a 1 in 1,000 case that these animals die from the anesthetic, but I had taken one of the cats to the vet for surgery, and they said that they needed to do a blood test on the cat in order to determine like certain things about it, so they could determine how much anesthetic to give it. But the testing the blood would cost a few $100 extra. But it's like, yeah, you got to do that because I'd prefer an extra cost over a dead cat. So it's like, that's where it's like, okay, you got to pay the money to make sure these things work properly. So, right, it's like the thing, it's the whole snow boots idea, right? It's what the rich people always come up with, right? If you need boots, let's say, you're gonna wear them every day. You have a $20 pair of boots and a $200 pair of boots. A poor person will only buy the $20 pair of boots, but the $20 pair of boots they're going to wear out and they're gonna break in 6 months. And then they're going to be useless, and you're going to have to go out and buy another $20 pair of boots. A $200 pair of boots will stay good. They'll stay in good condition, and they will work properly for you for the next 10 years. Which one was the cheaper option? The more expensive product was, in the end, the cheaper product, because the poor person had to buy the cheap pair of boots 20 times in that 10-year period. So they ended up paying 20 times as much money as compared to the person who bought the expensive boots who only had to pay 10 times the cost. So the poor person ended up having, for their purposes, they paid double to constantly buy cheap shoes or cheap boots, whereas the rich person paid a lot of money once and then had that working pair of boots forever. So the rich person, by having more money to spend initially, ended up saving more money in the long run. So there's this whole debate on why can't poor people save money, and that's typically the example that's brought up. That's a pretty common one. So I don't know if the numbers are correct, but it's the same concept. The more you spend on a product, the better, the longer the product will be, and the longer it'll last. Right? That's sort of your basic concept there. So, and it doesn't apply to everything. Washers and dryers it doesn't apply to, because the older models are typically more efficient. Same thing with dishwashers, household, like refrigerators and stuff. But yeah, other things it does apply to, right? Like a computer, for example. If you buy the cheapest computer you can find, when you'll have to replace it next year because most programs won't be supported on it anymore. But if you buy the most expensive computer you can find, then that computer is going to last you for like the next 10 or 20 years. I mean, it's a beast. It's going to last you a long time, so. You know, it'd be like that, right? Typically you buy a cheaper product because you just need something and you want to hold out until you can afford the more expensive product. But if you buy a cheap product now and an expensive product later, then you're spending more money overall compared to if you just bought the more expensive product now, right? And just kept it forever. So if I ever wanted to upgrade this microphone, for example, then, because I only spent $30 on this microphone, there are $200 microphones out there that I could buy. But if I were to buy a $200 microphone, that microphone wouldn't have cost me $200. It would cost me $230, because I have to tackle on the cost of the cheap microphone that I already spent money on, right? So my overall cost is going to be greater compared to if I had just bought the expensive microphone from the start. You guys see what I'm saying? So it's that concept. I don't know why I started talking about. Oh yeah, I was talking about the vet. Anyway, yeah, if you take your animal to the vet, then you got to pay the premium, because the alternative is you're risking your pet's life. And do you want to risk your pet's life? Some people don't have the money to choose, so it's a sad situation overall. Anyway, 4 hours until my speech is due, and I've only memorized half of it. So let's see if I can actually get the next part done. In the current state of the world, there is always a risk of global conflict. In the current state of the world, there's a constant risk for global conflict to occur. Tensions around the world are rising as the war between Ukraine and Russia commences. Even if the current conflict doesn't affect US citizens now, there is still always the possibility that some other form of global conflict will happen in the future. Okay, now I gotta look at the center. Let me make sure I have that one stapled in. In the current state of the world, there's a constant risk of global conflict occurring. Tensions around the world are high right now as the war between the Ukraine and Russia commences. Even if the current war doesn't affect US citizens directly, there is always the risk that another conflict could occur in the future. Okay, I got that. Self-sufficiency would ensure that if the US gets involved in a massive global conflict, then you wouldn't have to worry about any potential supply shortages that result from it. People who provide their own resources guarantee their survival despite any other mess that's happening in the world. Wow, that's a hard 2 sentences. Wow, I made this difficult for myself. This is the problem. I have I have decent writing skills. I would say decent. I don't think it's perfect, but I have decent writing skills, right? Away with words. I'm getting there. But anyway, the sentences that I can come up with are elaborate. But that's a problem if I'm translating those if I have to memorize those, right? I can communicate an idea elaborately, but there's no way I can repeat it. So, in the current state of the world, there is the constant risk of global conflict occurring. Tensions are high right now as the war between Ukraine and Russia commences. Even if the current conflict doesn't affect US citizens directly, there is still a chance that another conflict could occur in the future. Self-sufficiency would ensure that if the US gets involved in a global conflict, self-sufficiency ensures that if the US got involved in a massive global conflict, then you wouldn't have to worry about any potential supply shortages that would result from it. People who provide their own resources guarantee their survival despite any other mess that's happening in the world. People who provide their own resources guarantee their survival despite any other mess that's happening in the world. People who provide their own resources guarantee their own survival despite any other mess that's happening in the world. Self-sufficiency would ensure that your survival isn't. Self-sufficiency ensures that if the US gets involved in any global conflict, then you won't have to worry about the potential supply shortages that would result from it. People who provide their own resources guarantee their survival despite any other mess that's happening in the world. Did I get that right? People who provide their own resources guarantee their survival despite any other mess that's happening in the world. I guess that sentence technically makes sense. I'm just gonna go with the script. I'm too late in the game to change it. Fuck, I really am on a time limit. Okay, self-sufficiency would ensure that if the US gets involved in any massive global conflict, then you wouldn't have to worry about the potential supply shortages that would result from it. People who provide their own resources guarantee their own survival despite any other mess that's happening in the world. Okay. In the current state of the world, there is a constant risk of global conflict occurring. Tensions are high right now as the war between Ukraine and Russia commences. Even if US citizens aren't directly affected from the war right now, there is still a chance that there is still a chance of a future conflict occurring. There is still a chance of another conflict occurring in the future. In the current state of the world, there is a constant risk of global conflict occurring. Tensions are high right now as the war between Ukraine and Russia commences. Even if US citizens aren't directly affected by the current conflict, there is still a chance of another conflict occurring in the future. Self-sufficiency would ensure that if the US gets involved in a global conflict, then you won't be affected by the potential supply shortages that would result from it. If people who provide their own resources guarantee their survival despite any other mess that's happening in the world. Okay, try it again. You got this. In the current state of the world, there is a constant risk of global conflict occurring. Tensions are high right now as the war between Ukraine and Russia commences. Even if the current conflict doesn't affect US citizens directly right now, there is still a chance that another conflict can occur in the future. Self-sufficiency would ensure that if the US gets involved in a massive global conflict, then you won't be affected by the potential supply shortages that could result from it. People who provide their own resources guarantee their survival despite any other mess that's happening in the world. Okay, I am really unsteady about that one. I could throw that into the whole thing. Let's see if I can throw it into the whole thing. You guys think I'm good to do that? Let's see. Okay, from the top. It's an 8-minute speech, and I'm going to be spending the entire day practicing it. That's how it is. That's do be how it is. I mean, people spend weeks practicing speeches, so tensions around the world are high. Oh, dude, who's tension? And why is he getting so high? Okay. It's the beginning of the pandemic, March 2020. I go to the grocery store like I do every week to buy some food. But when I arrive, what I see in front of me shocks me. Most of the shelves are empty. I start to panic. What if all this food is going to be gone? In my panic, I stock up on food in anticipation of a full-on food shortage, thinking that there will be nothing left by the time I return next week. Thankfully, though, my worst fears are never realized. The shelves were restocked by the next time I went, and I avoided the potential famine that this pandemic could have brought about. Ever since that harrowing experience, I realized just how much we rely on grocery stores to supply the food we need every week. So since then, I've done extensive research on self-sufficient living solutions so that I'm not caught off guard the next time a disaster happens. I've even put my knowledge to practice by making my own aquaponics setup at home. And now I want to share with you all some of the stuff I've learned over the past couple of years. Because in this unstable world we live in, I believe that American citizens, I believe self-sufficient living can provide American citizens with guaranteed stability. Today I'll be talking about what is self-sufficient living and the stability gained through it. Why do we need self-sufficient living when there are other means available to us already? And how do we achieve self-sufficient living and the stability gained through doing it? First off, we need to talk about what does self-sufficient living mean? In the article, What Self-Sufficient Living is About and 8 Tips on How to Achieve It, posted to morningchores.com, Jennifer Poindexter, who has been a full-time homesteader since 2010, defines homesteading as being able to supply one's own needs without external assistance. In other words, self-sufficient living means producing all of the resources you need yourself, including growing your own food, gathering your own water, and producing your own power. Self-sufficient living ensures a lifetime of stability because you will be providing for yourself while never having to rely on other people to provide you with what you need. Now that we've defined what self-sufficient living is, it makes sense to ask, why do we need to do it when other means of obtaining food are available to us? Self-sufficient living makes sure that we have everything we need to get by. It ensures... Shit, I forgot the sentence. It ensures... It ensures that your food, water, and power are provided for when you're providing it for yourself. It protects you from the consequences of any disaster that could occur, such as food shortages in your area. People are heavily reliant on the supply chain working properly so that the grocery stores will always have food available to buy. The fragility of this whole process was exposed in the recent supply chain problems that the US is currently facing. In a 2022 article on usatoday.com titled, "Grocery Stores Still Have Empty Shelves Amid Supply Chain Disruptions, Omicron and Winter Storms," Jeff Freeman, who is the president and CEO of Consumer Brands Association, states that U.S. grocery stores typically have 5 to 10% of items out of stock at any given time. Right now, however, that unavailability rate is hovering around 15%. This rise in unavailability speaks to the detrimental impact that a supply chain crisis could have on our lives. If you are dependent on the grocery store is providing you with food, then your very survival is put at risk whenever a problem occurs. However, if you grow your own food and provide for yourself, then whenever a catastrophe hits, then you won't be at risk whenever a catastrophe hits and affects food supplies. In the current state of the world, there is a constant risk of global conflict occurring. Tensions are high around the world right now as the war between Ukraine and Russia commences. Even if the current conflict doesn't affect US citizens directly, there is still a chance of another conflict occurring in the future. Self-sufficient living ensures that if the United States gets involved in a massive global conflict, then if the United States gets involved in a massive global conflict, then you won't have to worry. Then you won't have to worry about what? You won't have to worry about any potential supply shortages that result from it. People who provide for themselves, people who provide their own resources guarantee their survival despite any other mess that's happening in the world. God, fuck. I'm okay at it. That's what it is. I'm okay at it. I'm at like I'm stuttering, or I'm not stuttering a lot. I'm losing my train of thought, and I'm trying to find the words, and I had to look back at my outline for a couple sentences. What were the sentences I had to look at? The most recent ones, but then. My note cards aren't good enough. The ideas that I'm writing on the note cards are very vague. So as I practice my speech, I have to look at what I've written on my note cards when I get stuck in order to try to jog my memory. But I think more than that, I need to associate the correct line that I need to state with whatever mumbo jumbo I put on the note card for that line, because I'm not putting anything that triggers it, so I need to create the mental triggers for remembering my speech myself. And that just means I have to put it into practice and develop almost what you would call a motor sense for it, which I can do, but it's difficult. Oh my god. Okay, from the top, once again, here we go, boys. I'm about 2/3 done with my speech, but it's the easiest 2/3. It's always the end of the speech that's going to be difficult, because my third body point in this is the longest one from what I can see, and it's the longest one, so I'm going to have to memorize it separately and practice probably that entire chunk by itself before incorporating it into the speech itself. So I got to make sure I've nailed the part that, the amount that I've memorized already. Okay, so from the top. It's the beginning of the pandemic, March 2020. I go to the grocery store like I always do, and like I do every week, to buy some food. But when I arrive, what I see in front of me leaves me in shock. Most of the shelves are empty. I start to panic. What if all the food's gonna be gone? In my panic, I stock up on food, I stock up on food in anticipation of a full-on food shortage, thinking that there will be nothing left by the time I go next week. Thankfully, however, my worst fears were never realized. The shelves were restocked by the next week, and I avoided the potential famine that this pandemic could have brought about. Ever since that harrowing experience, I realized just how much we rely on grocery stores having the food that we need. So ever since then, I've done extensive research on self-sufficient living solutions, so that I'm never caught off guard when a disaster hits again. I've even put my knowledge to practice by making my own aquaponics setup at home. And now, I want to give you all some of what I've learned over the past couple of years. In this unstable world we live in, I believe self-sufficient living can provide American citizens with guaranteed stability. Today I'll be talking about what does self-sufficient living mean, and what's the stability gained through doing it? Why do we need self-sufficient living when other options are available to us already? And how do we achieve self-sufficient living and the stability gained through those means? First off, we need to talk about what does self-sufficient living mean? In the article, What Self-Sufficient Living is About and 8 Tips on How to Achieve It, posted to morningchores.com, Jennifer Poindexter, who has been a full-time homesteader since 2010, defines self-sufficient living as being able to supply one's own needs without external assistance. In other words, self-sufficient living means producing all of life essentials yourself, including growing your own food, gathering your own water, and producing your own power. Self-sufficient living ensures a lifetime of stability because you will be providing everything yourself while never having to rely on other people to provide life's essentials for you. Now that we've defined self-sufficient living, it makes sense to ask, why do we need it when there are other options available to get the things we need? Self-sufficient living makes sure that you have everything that you need to get by. It ensures that it's this sentence again. I need to write a note about this. It ensures that your food, water, and power are provided for when you are providing it for yourself. Where's my... It ensures that your food, water, and power are provided for when you're providing it for yourself. It protects you from the consequences of any disaster that could occur in the future, such as a food supply shortage. People are heavily reliant on the supply chain working so that the grocery stores will have the food that they need to get by. The fragility of this whole process was exposed through the recent supply chain problems that the US is currently facing. In a 2022 article on usatoday.com titled, "Grocery Stores Still Have Empty Shelves Amid Supply Chain Disruptions, Omicron and Winter Storms," Jeff Freeman, who is the president and CEO of Consumer Brands Association, stated that US grocery stores typically have 5 to 10% of items out of stock at any given time. Right now, that unavailability rate is hovering around 15%. This rise in unavailability speaks to the detrimental impact that a supply chain crisis could have on our lives. If you are dependent on the grocery stores having the food that you need, then your very survival is put at risk whenever a problem occurs. However, if you grow your own food and provide for yourself, then your survival won't be at risk when a catastrophe hits and affects food supplies. In the current state of the world, there is a constant risk of global conflict occurring. Tensions are high around the world right now as the war between Ukraine and Russia commences. Even if the current conflict doesn't affect US citizens right now, there is still a risk. There is still a risk of global conflict occurring in the future. Oh my fucking god. Shut up! Stop it! Stop. Stop. Oh my fucking god. I can't fucking think. Holy shit, it's the loudest that you could possibly be. It's the loudest that she can humanely possibly be, cleaning her fucking self. Next time she does, I'm kicking her out of the room. I don't fucking care. Yesterday, I didn't have her in the room, and she spent the entire day sitting in front of my closed door, wanting to get in. And today, I let her in, and this is what she does. Holy fuck. It's so annoying. I'm trying to do something, and it's so annoying. And like I said before, it's fucking... It's the fact that she's not being considerate about it. It's the fact that she's doing it to her own detriment. And she's not only doing it, but she's doing it in the loudest possible way. Most cats don't fucking slobber. They don't fucking make it so fucking audible. She herself is capable of cleaning herself quietly. I have seen her do it. And she is choosing to be as loud as possible. She's choosing to excrete as much saliva as she possibly can into every lick. It is so fucking annoying. I am at my limit with her. Holy shit. And again, I have to reiterate, this does not apply to human beings. If there's a human being, even if there's a human being who I'm not even like emotionally invested in, and they're being annoying like this, it's fine. Because if they show a little consideration, and it's something that they, you know, can't help, then that's totally fine. It's forgiven, and I'll let go of it, right? It's like, I'm not going to impose my own like anger of something onto somebody who has like a condition, or somebody who, you know, has a habit or something like that, or, you know, they have a habit. It's like, you know, I'll take a tempered approach to, you know, helping them break the habit if that's what they want. Or if they don't want that, then it's like, okay, you know, I can choose to ignore, I can choose to brush it off to the side. Or, you know, at the best, right, you could make a schedule about it, right? Oh, I'll do this habit at certain times, or I'll do it away from you, or whatever, right? It's like, I have habits that I specifically prevent myself from doing because I know that it will disturb other people. I have several habits that are like that. I make sure that there is nobody around and that I'm not going to bother another soul when I do them. And I do that out of consideration because I know that it's going to annoy or disgust other people. It's not illegal for me to do them, but I'm not going to subject other people to them. This fucking cat is not only subjecting everybody around her to it, but she is doing it in the most annoying way humanly possible. I say humanly, I mean for a cat, right? The most annoying way possible that a cat could be with doing this specific action. Holy shit. It's not the annoying action itself. It is never about that. It is about all of the intentions behind it and the entire situation. For human beings, it's different, because you can communicate with a human being, right? If my fucking infant child does something that's annoying, even though they can't communicate with me, I'm still going to be caring and, considerate to them and, help them transition out of it if it's something that they can't, they're not supposed to live with. If it's something that's just normal for a baby, then it's like, okay, we have, this is what I signed up for, and we have X amount of days until they grow up. So, let's try to, let's try to deal with it, and, let's grow out of it or whatever, right? This fucking cat will never stop until the day she drops dead. Which means, how old is she now? She's almost 12. I'm gonna have to wait at least, 5 or 6 years until she's gone. And I don't want that. I don't want to be waiting for her to die just so I don't have to listen to her licking herself anymore. I don't want that. I don't want that for myself. I don't want that for her either. I don't want her to be licking herself because she's doing it to her own detriment. She's licking all of the fur off of her body. She has bald spots on her body from how much licking she does. That's how bad it is. You guys might think, oh, I've heard a cat clean herself. It's not, it's not that noticeable, or it's not annoying at all. Have you guys ever seen a cat lick herself bald? You guys have never seen that. I have never seen that before. 27 years of living, I have never seen that before. And I'm a cat person. I have never seen that before. And that is exactly what she's doing, and she's doing it in the loudest possible way. And she's destroying herself in the loudest possible way. It's like if somebody is fucking addicted to drugs, and their addiction is causing annoyances and inconveniences on the people around them. It's like, yeah, everybody has a right to be mad at them because they're a fucking drug addict. It's the same exact thing as this fucking cat, right? It's not like she has a medical condition. It's not like she has a medical condition where she needs to lick herself. In fact, I would go so far as to say she has a medical condition to where she shouldn't be licking herself. And yes, she is still doing it. After I get the speech done, I'm gonna buy her a fucking cone, and I'm gonna put it around her neck, and she's never allowed to take it off. She can still poop and eat with a short cone on her head. She just will not be able to lick herself. And hopefully, with a few months of having that cone on, she is going to eventually learn to not lick herself anymore, because she's going to have to deal with her bug bites herself. And she's going to lick the cone itself in futility, and she's just going to have to deal with the fact that she has bug bites, and maybe her hair will grow back. Maybe. Holy fuck. I am so irritated at her. And now Kiwi's starting to do it too. Not right now, but Kiwi has started to do it too. It's spreading. I can't... I hate it. I hate it so goddamn much. I have never hated anything in my life more than this. Like, seriously. And almost another hour has passed. Fuck. I have 3 more hours until this final project is due. It used to be 7. Or, what was it, 8? Since I started practicing? I haven't memorized that much. If it gets to like 8:15, then I'm gonna have to go off of what I memorized so far, and I'm just gonna have to read the rest off the script. And then she'll have to give me whatever grade she can, and that's gonna be it for this project. Oh my god, I've wasted too much time. I wasted time with that phone call. I wasted my time dealing with my cats. I should have just kicked my cats out, like at the beginning. I just shouldn't have had them in my room today. I'm not blaming them for me not progressing on this speech. That's my fault. But it would have helped if I didn't have to think about them. I'm just so irritated. And once again, guys, this is not how I conduct myself around human beings. I'm doing this because they are cats, first of all, and second of all, they are, she's, especially Yoko, is doing it harmfully onto herself. And mostly, saying they're cats doesn't mean like, oh, cats are worse than humans. It means, I'm not, being insensitive like that. What I mean is, you cannot negotiate with a cat. You cannot explain to a cat why what they're doing is bad. You cannot expect empathy or understanding from a cat. You can't even communicate those things to the cat, which means that anything that in the situation, everything about this situation requires her and I to communicate to each other so that if this becomes a real issue, then we can talk it out like human beings and solve it. But I can't do that with her because she's a fucking cat, right? She doesn't speak English. She's never going to come to an understanding with me on this. But she keeps doing it. The only language you can speak to an animal is positive or negative praise. Positive praise or negative scolding. Or simple reward, right? Cat treats. She cleans herself after she eats. She cleans herself after I pet her. She cleans herself at random intervals, right? It's like that experiment it's like that torture technique that I described to you guys a while back, where if you drip water or if you administer electric shocks to someone consistently, like every 5 seconds or every 10 seconds, then it just becomes this constant regular thing that you get used to. But if you do it like irregularly, like you do it once every 5 seconds 2 times, and then it's once every 10, and then it's 10 seconds in between, and now it's 20, and now it's 2 and 2 and 3 and then 30, and it doesn't come yet, and you're expecting the next drop to come, and you just don't know when it's going to happen. It's not on schedule. You don't know when it's going to happen. And with that technique, with that torture technique, the anticipation is torture, because it's the anticipation for the painful thing that makes it torturous. For this, but then it makes the activity itself also torturous, because you experience the shock when you least expect it, or you get the drip of water on your forehead when you least expect it, and you hate it, and it gets annoying. In fact, I performed this experiment on somebody, not with electric shocks or water or anything, but I did it with not like flicking the finger, but you guys know how, like, if you put your finger on a surface and then you like move your knuckle back and forth, then you can create like this kind of this snap or whatever, and you can just wiggle it and snap. You wiggle your finger while it's pressing against something, and it kind of snaps your knuckle back and forth. I was doing that to somebody, and I was doing an irregular, I was doing the constant snapping back and forth of the knuckle. It was once a second, and it was rhythmic, like a song. But then I did it, but then I started to do it irregularly. I would do 1, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. $14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. You guys can see how annoying that would get, right? You're waiting, even when I was just saying the numbers of it, you guys were waiting for me to say the next number in the sequence at some points, and I never said it, and that anticipation was torturous. And when I'm speaking numbers, it's not an annoying activity, but flicking your knuckle on, or not flicking your knuckle, but, you know, doing the whole finger thing on somebody can get a little irritating, right? It's this little physical annoyance. But that little irritation that you would get from a constant doing of that, right, you get used to it, it turned into a major annoyance for that person when I was doing it irregularly, and they were like getting like sweaty from it. Like they were like getting really distressed from me doing it. It was just this basic thing, right? I was imposing no physical harm onto them, right? My nails weren't sharp, it was just my finger, and they were just feeling this like a little impact against their skin. Like when the I wasn't flicking them, right? I was pressing my finger up against them, and then I was just wiggling it, where you pop your knuckle back and forth, right? And it creates like this little burst of force on the edge of your finger when you every time you pop your knuckle back and forth. So you guys know what I'm saying. I'm not describing it well, but you guys should be able to picture what I'm talking about. Anyway, it creates a sensation of force, but it's not painful in the slightest. Now it's just doing it on their arm or their leg or something, I don't remember. And they got majorly annoyed at it, and they were starting to, they let me do it, continue to do it, but they were starting to get like really distressed from it. And it was just a simple thing. I was doing it for like maybe 10 minutes on them. I have to live with this fucking cat for hours at a time. Holy shit. She licks herself at the moment where I think that she's just never gonna do it again, she starts doing it again. And oh my fucking god, right? Whereas if she licked herself for 5 minutes once an hour, or for 2 minutes every 10 minutes, or something like that, then I'd be able to time it and I would get regularly used to it and I wouldn't be complaining about it at all. But it's the fact that it's so irregular when she does it. Because it's whenever she feels like it. That I can't fucking take it. It's torture. It's not the torture that, you know, you would think that torture is, but it's still fucking like it turns what would be a very minor noticeable thing into a very major annoyance. That's what it does. And it's just psychologically, it just destroys me psychologically. Like I can't, like it just like breaks, it just slowly breaks down my sanity whenever it happens. And I can understand why that torture technique that I described actually works now, because I feel like I'm fucking witnessing it with my fucking cat cleaning herself so audibly. Oh my god. It's the annoying action, and it's the fact that it's inconsistent. It's the inconsistency that just destroys me, and that's what ticks me off so much. And yes, I'm being a normal normie by freaking human being by falling for this thing, but I can't fucking help it, right? I can't fucking help it. Holy shit. I'm going insane. I'm going absolutely insane. The next time I hear her clean herself, she's banned from my room. She never gets to come back. I don't give a shit. I'm out of breath. I've complained about it way too much. Sorry guys, I got way too heated. I'm sure if I watched this recording back and listened to myself, I'd probably just sound like some insane nut. I deserve it. And there's no reason for me to be like this irrationally angry at this. There is none. I mean, there is a reason, obviously, that's why I am, and suffering is specific to the person, and this is what causes me suffering, apparently, right? It's not like I'm suffering, I'm not in pain from this or anything, obviously, but, like, I have a right to be upset. It's just, I haven't found a solution to it yet, that's what it is. I'm trying, like, I'm unable to think about it rationally because I'm unable to think at all when she's fucking licking herself. I can't hear my own thoughts when it's that in the fucking background all the time. And yes, it does sound to me as loud as it did to you right now. Like, that's how prominent it is in my ears when she does it, and she can be on the other fucking side of the house and I'll still fucking hear it unless I have my door closed. It's insane. Like, I can hear her when she's in the hallway when I have my door closed. That's how fucking loud she is. I can't even hear my family when they're like talking to each other with my door closed, but I can hear her when she's outside in my hallway. That's how I knew that she was waiting outside my door all day yesterday, is because I would occasionally hear her, even though I had my door closed. I have my door closed, and I have one of those foam, like, sound reflector things pressed up against the door where she was, and I still heard her. It's that loud. And you guys might think, oh, man, it must be as loud as, like, a fucking boombox. And honestly, it's not that loud. Like, the rest of my family won't complain about it. Like, they wouldn't complain about something like this. I'm sure you guys wouldn't either. But it's like, it's loud to me. It's loud to me. And I've heard, like, I know people who, I knew somebody who, like, you know, they got mad at a specific thing, like their neighbor was snoring at them. They lived in an apartment and their neighbor was snoring at them. Or was snoring, not at them, but their neighbor was snoring and it was vibrating through the walls and affecting my buddy. And they were complaining at me that, oh, my neighbor is so fucking loud when he snores, I can't sleep, you know, and I keep hitting the wall to tell him to shut up in the middle of the night, but he won't shut up. And I'm thinking, like, man, that sucks. But then I went over there and I hung out with my buddy and at their apartment, and I was there when their neighbor was snoring, and I could barely hear it. I could kind of hear it, but to me it just sounded like motorcycles were revving outside. And it didn't annoy me at all. It didn't bug me at all. Like, I was like, oh, what are you talking about? I could sleep through this. Like, I would love to live here because that's like an ambient noise, right? That's like I have a white noise machine on or something. That's what it sounds like. But my buddy was still complaining about it, and they were like, oh yeah, that's what my mom said too, that, you know, it wasn't that bad when she was over, but I don't understand what's wrong with you guys. I can't fucking take it. I can't take my neighbor snoring. And before, like, I didn't understand why my buddy, like, was so upset and was so sensitive towards her neighbors snoring, but I understand it now. I understand it now. Because there's a sound, my cat licking herself, which is very annoying to me, to the point where I get angry at it. But this sound would not be annoying to anybody else on the planet. But it's angry to me. It's anger inducing to me. But most people on the planet wouldn't care. But for me, I'm like, so for some reason, I'm like so acutely sensitive to it that even if I hear it on the outside of my door, when I have music playing in my headphones, I will still hear it and get upset about it. Oh my god. I guess this is what they call a trigger. Like, I gotta put a fucking... Cat shelters have to put a trigger warning on their pets saying, oh, she's a loud licker or whatever, right? So people know what they're getting into. Trigger warning. I just gotta put a fucking sign on my cat saying trigger warning. Trigger warning, intense licking. And then I'll know, because if they inform me if I go to adopt a cat 10 years from now, and they say, oh yeah, you know, this cat, she's lovely, but you know, one thing is she licks herself a little more than average, then I will say nope, I'll turn 360 degrees and I'll walk out of there. Because I'm not going to deal with that, because I know this is one of my triggers, right? This is one of my triggers, and this is one of the things that gets me upset, and it is akin to torture for me, so... Oh my god. And I have wasted the last 20 minutes complaining about this again. Holy shit. I gotta get back to my speech. Holy crap. Okay. This rise in unavailability. Let's start off where I don't remember where I left off, but I know what parts I need to practice. This rise in unavailability speaks to the detrimental impact that a supply chain crisis could have on our lives. If you are dependent on the grocery stores having the food that you need, then your very survival is at risk whenever a problem occurs. However, if you grow your own food and provide for yourself, then you will not be at risk if a catastrophe hits and affects food supplies in your area. In the current state of the world, there is a constant risk of global conflict occurring. Right now, tensions are high in the world as the war between Ukraine and Russia commences. Even if the current conflict doesn't affect US citizens directly, there is still a chance that conflict will occur in the future. There is still a chance that conflict may occur in the future. Self-sufficient living ensures that if the United States gets involved in a massive global conflict, then you won't have to worry about the supply shortages that'll result from it. People who provide for themselves guarantee their survival despite any other mess that's happening in the world. I actually did it. I did it with my note cards, but I did it. Let's practice this again. This is this note card. This blue one. It's Express. This is the note card. I got my mom's old sight words that she used on flashcards, and I wrote my notes on that. So. This rise in unavailability speaks to the detrimental impact that a supply chain shortage could have on our lives. If you are dependent on the grocery stores having the food that you need, then your very survival is put at risk whenever a problem occurs. However, if you grow your own food and provide for yourself, then you won't be caught off guard, or then you won't be affected if a catastrophe hits and affects food supplies in your area. Okay, I gotta practice a second. However, if you grow your own food and provide for yourself, then you won't be affected if a catastrophe hits and affects food supplies in your area. However, if you produce your own resources, then you won't be affected when a catastrophe hits and affects the food supplies in your area. In the current state of the world, there's a constant risk. God damn it. In the current state of the world, there is a constant risk of global conflict occurring. Right now, tensions are high around the world as the war between Ukraine and Russia commences. Even if the current conflict doesn't affect American citizens directly, there is still a chance that another conflict will happen in the future. Self-sufficiency ensures that you won't be affected. Self-sufficiency ensures that if the United States gets involved in a massive global conflict, then you won't have to worry about the supply shortages that'll result from it. People who provide for themselves guarantee their own survival despite any other mess that's occurring in the world. God dang it. What I'm doing is, that might have sounded okay, but what I'm doing is I'm looking at my flashcard and the note, and I'm spending a few seconds crafting the sentence based off of what my flashcard says. And that's not good. I'm looking at my flashcards too much. That in itself isn't the problem. I'm looking at my flashcards and I have too much downtime. That's what it is. Let's take it from the top. I've gone through 3 flashcards and I have 2 left. One of the flashcards is just the entire thing is a quote, which I'm allowed to read directly off my flashcard. So, but okay. One more time practicing this first, what I've memorized so far, and then I'm gonna try to memorize the rest of it. It's the beginning of the pandemic. March 2020. I go to the grocery store like I do every week to buy some food. But when I arrive there, what I see before me leaves me in shock. Most of the shelves are empty. I start to panic. Is all the food going to be gone? In my panic, I stock up on food in anticipation of a full-on food shortage, thinking that there will be nothing left by the time I come back next week. However, my worst fears were never realized. The food returned to the grocery store, and I avoided the potential famine that this pandemic could have brought about. Ever since that harrowing experience, I started to realize just how much we rely on grocery stores to have the food that we need every week. Since then, I've done extensive research on self-sufficient living solutions so that I'm not caught off guard whenever another disaster happens. I've even put my knowledge to practice by making my own aquaponics setup at home. And now I want to give you all some of what I've learned over the past couple of years. In this unstable world, I believe self-sufficient living can provide American citizens with guaranteed stability. Today I'll be talking about what is self-sufficient living and the stability gained through doing it. Why do we need self-sufficient living when other means are available to us already? And how do we achieve self-sufficient living and gain that stability through those means? First off, we need to start off with what does self-sufficient living mean? In an article called What Self-Sufficient Living Is About and 8 Tips on How to Achieve It, posted to morningchores.com, Jennifer Poindexter, who's been a full-time homesteader since 2010, defines self-sufficient living as being able to supply one's own needs without external assistance. In other words, self-sufficient living refers to producing your own resources yourself, including growing your own food, gathering your own water, and producing your own power. Self-sufficient living ensures a lifetime of stability because you will be providing yourself with everything you need while never having to rely on other people to provide for you. Now that we've defined self-sufficient living, it makes sense to ask, why do we need it when we have other ways of obtaining life's essentials? Self-sufficient living makes sure that we have everything we need to get by. It ensures that your food, water, and power are all provided for when you're providing it for yourself. It protects you from the consequences of any disaster that could happen in the future, such as a food shortage in your area. You know, people are heavily reliant on the supply chain working properly so that they will always have, so that grocery stores will always have food for them to buy. The fragility of this whole process was exposed in the recent supply chain problems that the US is currently facing. In a 2022 article on usatoday.com titled "Grocery Stores Still Have Empty Shelves Amid Supply Chain Disruptions, Omicron, and Winter Storms," Jeff Freeman, who is the president and CEO of Consumer Brands Association, states that U.S. grocery stores typically have 5 to 10% of items out of stock at any given time. Right now, however, that unavailability rate is hovering around 15%. This rise in unavailability speaks to the detrimental impact that a supply chain crisis could have on our lives. If you are dependent on the grocery stores having all the food that you need, then your very survival is put at risk whenever a problem occurs. However, if you grow your own food and provide for yourself, then you won't ever be caught off guard if a catastrophe hits and affects food shortages and affects food supplies in your area. In the current state of the world, there is a constant risk for global conflict. Tensions are high right now in the world as the war between Ukraine and Russia commences. Now, even if the current conflict doesn't affect US citizens directly, there is always a chance that another conflict will occur in the future. Self-sufficiency ensures that if the United States ever gets involved in a massive global conflict, then you won't have to worry about the supply shortages that'll occur as a result of that. People who grow their own food and provide for themselves are able to guarantee their survival despite any other mess that's happening throughout the world. Alright. I got that down, hell yeah. Well, kind of, right? I'd give myself a B for that if I was grading this speech. I'd give myself a B if the speech was just that part, right? I have about 2.5 hours to go. A little more than that, but assuming I don't get mad or get distracted again, I should be able to memorize the rest of the speech within the next hour. And then once I memorize the rest of the speech, then I'll put these two parts together, and then I'll have a whole speech. And then it's just a matter of doing take after take until I get one where I screw up the least amount. You play the game until you win. Alright. I will have to shave before I get in front of the camera. Once I'm done practicing this next part of the speech, I'll probably get off stream, just because it is getting late and I'll have to unplug the mic anyway in order to record the speech, so I won't need to worry about the stream. Hey. I thought I heard them. I don't know, maybe I'm hearing phantom sounds. I think women hear that too when they have a kid. They hear phantom sounds thinking like, oh, their kid is crying or something, like their baby is crying. But their baby grew up and left the house years ago, and some women still get the phantom sounds. They think they hear a baby crying, even though their baby grew up long ago. So I think that's what I'm getting with my cats. I'm just paranoid that it's happening. Anyway, what a sorry state to be living in. Oh my god. The fuck are you? They're like snorting over there. What the fuck?
Who's leaking?
Be right back, guys. I'm gonna use the bathroom. Ah, I'm not upset at you. I'm upset at myself for being upset at you. It's true, guys. There are two types of angry people. There's one type who gets angry at everything and blames everyone else. And then there's a second type that gets angry at some things, but they are angry at themselves for having bad things happen. Sort of. And you guys might think, oh, person B is self-loathing. It's not necessarily that. I mean, it is a little bit of that, but... Okay. Now I just have to memorize the entirety of main point 3. And of course the conclusion as well. The conclusion is pretty easy because I'm just repeating some stuff that I said. And then it's about, looks like 5 sentences of new material, but it's easy. Once I have the first sentence down, then once I have the first couple sentences down, then I'll... Oh my god. Kiwi ran out... I kicked both cats out of my room, and then I went to the bathroom and I shaved and everything. But when I... But when I went back to... and I got water, and when I went back to my room, Kiwi motioned to go back to my room. And so I asked her, I was like, do you want to go back? And she's like, oh, okay, and so she ran into my room. Kiwi, do you want to leave? Do you want to leave? Yeah? Okay. She left. I'll leave for the last time. Okay. With all this in mind, so now I'm reading off my paper. With all this in mind, now we can talk about how can we accomplish living self-sufficiently and guarantee stability within our lives through those means. Self-sufficiency is achieved by growing your own food, collecting your own water, and creating the life essentials required for survival. Producing these resources yourself is the foundation for self-sufficient living. It is possible to learn how to do each one. Watching YouTube videos on homesteading and self-sufficiency, as well as researching beginners' tips on how to work towards self-sufficiency, will slowly ease you into learning what's required to obtain this lifestyle. Okay, so that's number 1. Self-sufficiency is achieved by growing your own food, collecting your own water, and creating the life essentials required for survival. Producing these resources yourself is the foundation of self-sufficient living. It is possible to learn how to do each one of these things. Watching YouTube on homesteading and self-sufficiency, as well as looking at beginners' tips on how to work towards self-sufficiency, will slowly ease you into learning what's required to obtain this lifestyle. Okay, again, self-sufficient living is achieved through growing your own food, collecting your own water, and creating the life essentials needed for survival. Producing these resources yourself is the foundation of self-sufficient living. It is possible how to learn to do each one of these things. Watching YouTube videos on homesteading and self-sufficiency, as well as looking up beginners' tips on how to work towards self-sufficiency, will slowly ease you into learning what's required to obtain this lifestyle. Again, self-sufficiency is achieved through growing your own food, collecting your own water, and creating all the life essentials needed for survival. Producing all of these resources yourself is the foundation of self-sufficiency. It is possible how to learn to do each one of these things. Watching YouTube videos on homesteading and self-sufficiency, as well as looking at beginners' tips on how to work towards self-sufficiency, will slowly ease you into learning what's required to obtain this lifestyle. Again, do it again, do it again. Self-sufficiency is achieved by growing your own food, collecting your own water, and creating all of the life essentials you need for survival. Producing all of these resources on your own is the foundation for producing all of these resources on your own is the foundation of living self-sufficiently. It is possible to learn how to do each one of these things. Watching YouTube videos on self-sufficiency and homesteading, as well as looking at beginners' tips on how to work towards self-sufficiency, will slowly ease you into learning what's required in order to obtain this lifestyle. Perfect. Not perfect. I'm not actually confident that it's still in my short-term memory. One more time. With all of this in mind, now we can talk about how do we obtain self-sufficiency. Self-sufficiency is achieved by growing your own food, collecting your own water, and creating all of life's essentials required for survival. Producing all of these resources on your own is the foundation of self-sufficient living. It is possible to learn how to do each one. Watching YouTube videos on homesteading and self-sufficiency, as well as looking at beginners' tips on how to achieve self-sufficient living, will slowly ease you into learning what's required for the self-sufficient lifestyle. Watching YouTube videos on homesteading and self-sufficiency, as well as looking up beginners' tips on how to work towards self-sufficiency, will slowly ease you into learning what's required to obtain this lifestyle. God damn it. Again. Do it again. With all that in mind, now we can talk about how do we achieve self-sufficient? How do we achieve self-sufficient living? Self-sufficiency is achieved through growing your own food, collecting your own water, and creating all of life's essentials required for survival. Producing everything on your own is the foundation for the self-sufficient lifestyle. It is possible to learn how to do each one of these things. Watching YouTube videos on homesteading and self-sufficiency, as well as reading beginners' tips on how to work towards self-sufficient lifestyle, will slowly ease you into learning everything that's required to obtain this lifestyle. Alright, fuck it. Like, that's the best I'm gonna do. I gotta move on. I've already spent like 8 minutes on that. What's the next part? Self-sufficient living doesn't have to mean diving headfirst into a fully off-grid lifestyle off in the countryside. While the eventual goal is to provide all of life's essentials yourself, the starting point doesn't have to be so drastic. Working a little at a time and learning the skills along the way can eventually transition you into full self-sufficiency. Alright, let's practice that. Self-sufficient living doesn't have to be diving headfirst into an Self-sufficient living doesn't have to mean diving headfirst into a fully off-grid lifestyle off in the countryside. While the eventual goal is to produce all of life's necessities yourself, the starting point doesn't have to be so drastic. Working a little at a time, while learning skills along the way, can eventually transition you into full self-sufficiency. Let's try again. I'm crossing my legs and it's crushing my man parts. Oh my god. Okay. Now it's not. Self-sufficient living doesn't have to mean diving headfirst into a fully off-grid lifestyle in the countryside. While the eventual goal is to produce all of life's necessities yourself, the starting point doesn't have to be so drastic. Working a little at a time while learning the skills necessary along the way can eventually transition you into full self-sufficiency. Hey, that was pretty good that time. Let's do it with the laptop closed down. Alright, here we go. Self-sufficient living doesn't have to mean diving headfirst into a fully off-grid lifestyle off in the countryside. While the eventual goal is to produce all of life's necessities yourself, the starting point doesn't have to be so drastic. Working a little at a time and learning the skills necessary along the way can eventually transition you into full self-sufficiency. Perfect. Compekida. I will visit you at the Compekida. What's the Compekida? It means perfect in the Japanese. The esophagus breaks off into. The esophagus is monitored by the epiglottis, which is a fine piece of skin within the esophagus that directs food and water towards your stomach and directs air towards your lungs. Self-sufficiency doesn't have to mean diving headfirst into a fully off-grid system off in the countryside. While the eventual goal is to produce all of life's necessities yourself, the starting point doesn't have to be so drastic. Working a little at a time and learning the skills necessary along the way can eventually transition you into full self-sufficiency. I like that. Alright, cool. Alright. Off the top with the first one. Okay. How do we achieve self-sufficient living? Self-sufficiency is achieved when you grow your own food, collect your own water, and create all of life's essentials required for survival. Producing these resources yourself is the foundation for self-sufficient living. It is possible to learn how to do each one. Watching YouTube videos on homesteading and self-sufficiency, as well as looking up beginners' tips on how to live more self-sufficiently, will slowly ease you into full self-sufficiency. Self-sufficiency doesn't have to mean diving headfirst into an off-grid system off in the countryside. While the eventual goal is to produce all of life's necessities yourself, the starting point doesn't have to be so drastic. Working a little at a time and learning the skills necessary along the way will eventually transition you into full self-sufficiency. Okay. Watching YouTube videos on homesteading and self-sufficiency, as well as researching beginners' tips on how to work towards self-sufficiency, will slowly ease you into learning what's required for this lifestyle. Okay, let's try again. So, how do we obtain living self-sufficiently? Self-sufficiency is achieved when we grow our own food, collect our own water, and create all of life's essentials necessary for survival. Producing all of these resources yourself is the foundation for self-sufficient living. It is possible to learn how to do each one. Watching YouTube videos on homesteading and self-sufficiency, as well as researching beginners' tips on how to live more self-sufficiently, will slowly ease you into learning what's required to obtain this lifestyle. Now, self-sufficiency doesn't have to mean diving headfirst into into a fully off-grid system off in the countryside. While the eventual goal is to produce all of life's necessities yourself, the starting point doesn't have to be so drastic. Working a little at a time while learning the skills necessary along the way can eventually transition you into full self-sufficiency. Let's practice again. So, how do we obtain a self-sufficient lifestyle? Self-sufficiency is achieved by growing your own food, collecting your own water, and creating all of life's essentials required for survival. Producing all of these resources yourself is the foundation for self-sufficient living. While the eventual... Wait, no, damn it. Let me start. I have to start again. Let me start again. Who am I asking permission? Let me start. I have to start again. So, how do we obtain the self-sufficient lifestyle? Self-sufficiency is achieved through growing your own food, collecting your own water, and creating all of life's essentials required for survival. Producing all these resources yourself is the foundation for living self-sufficiently. It is possible to learn how to do each one of these things. Watching YouTube videos on homesteading and self-sufficiency, as well as researching beginners' tips on how to work towards self-sufficient living, will slowly ease you into learning what's required to obtain this lifestyle. Now, self-sufficiency doesn't have to mean diving headfirst into an off-grid system off in the countryside. While the eventual goal is to produce all of life's necessities yourself, the starting point doesn't have to be so drastic. Working a little at a time while learning the skills necessary can slowly transition you into obtaining full self-sufficiency. Alright, I think I have that down. I don't know what. I'll say it again and then I'll transition into the next part. So, with all that in mind, now let's talk about how do we achieve self-sufficient living. Self-sufficiency is achieved when we grow our own food, collect our own water, and create all of life's essentials necessary for survival. Producing all these resources yourself is the very foundation for living self-sufficiently. It's possible to learn how to do each one of these things. Watching YouTube videos on homesteading and self-sufficiency, as well as researching beginners' tips on how to work towards self-sufficient living, can slowly ease you into learning what's required for this lifestyle. Now, self-sufficient living doesn't have to mean diving headfirst into a fully off-grid system out in the countryside. While the eventual goal is to produce all of life's necessities yourself, the starting point doesn't have to be so drastic. Working a little at a time, while learning the skills necessary, will eventually transition you into full self-sufficiency. In the 2016 article titled 41 Ways to Become More Self-Sufficient, posted on therusticelk.com, Danielle McCoy, who has extensive experience with both urban and rural homesteading, advises to start off small with a kitchen herb. Okay. In the 2016 article titled 41 Ways to Become More Self-Sufficient, posted to therusticelk.com, Danielle McCoy, who has extensive experience with both urban and rural homesteading, advises to start off small with a kitchen herb garden. McCoy states that you can just stick herbs by a window for a while or use artificial light. Herbs are incredibly easy to grow, require very little maintenance, and very little water. Growing an herb garden in your kitchen window is something anyone can do and can start learning. Growing an herb garden in your kitchen window is something anyone can do to start learning about the self-sufficient lifestyle. Even if you live in a small apartment, don't have much space, or simply don't have the time for big projects, starting small like this is possible for everyone. After an herb garden can be growing potted plants, and after that can be raising chickens, and eventually you'll be on your way to producing your own resources. Okay, that's the end of that point, so this whole thing isn't actually that scary. This whole point isn't that scary. Okay, so let's practice that last part, and then. In the 2016 article titled 41 Ways to Become More Self-Sufficient, posted to therusticelk.com, Danielle McCoy, who has extensive experience with both urban and rural homesteading, advises to start off small with a kitchen herb garden. To start off small with a kitchen herb garden. Okay. So write that full sentence there. Yeah. In the 2016 article titled 41 Ways to Become More Self-Sufficient, posted to therusticelk.com, Danielle McCoy, who has extensive experience with both urban and rural homesteading, advises to start off small with a kitchen herb garden. McCoy states that you can just stick herbs by a window for a while or use artificial light. Herbs are incredibly easy to grow, require very little maintenance, and very little water. Growing an herb garden in your kitchen window is something anyone can do to start learning about the self-sufficient lifestyle. Even if you live in a small apartment, don't have much space, or simply don't have the time for big projects, starting small like this is possible for everyone. After an herb garden can be growing potted plants, and after that could be raising chickens, and eventually you'll be on your way to producing your own resources. Alright, let's do it again. Let's do it again, boys. Let's do it again. In the 2016 article titled 41 Ways to Become More Self-Sufficient, Danielle McCoy posted to... Okay, let's start again. In the 2016 article titled 41 Ways to Become More Self-Sufficient, posted to the rusticelk.com, Danielle McCoy, whose extensive urban and rural... Who is... God damn it. Okay, here we go again. 2 hours. 2 hours, alright? The last speech that I did, I planned, memorized, presented, and recorded in 2 hours. So 2 hours is a good enough time limit. I'm making really good headway. I've almost memorized this whole point within the last 45 minutes, which is right on schedule. In the 2016 article titled 41 Ways to Become More Self-Sufficient, posted to the rusticelk.com, Danielle McCoy, who has extensive experience with both urban and rural homesteading, advises to start off small with a kitchen herb garden. She states that you can just stick herbs by a window for a while or use artificial light. Herbs are incredibly easy to grow, require very little maintenance, and very little water. Growing an herb garden in your kitchen window is something anyone can do to start learning about the self-sufficient lifestyle. Even if you live in a small apartment, don't have much space, or simply don't have the time for bigger projects, starting small like this is possible for everyone. After an herb garden could be growing potted plants, and after that could be raising some chickens. And eventually you'll be on your way towards full self-sufficiency. Here we go again, boys. Here we go again. In the 2016 article, 41 Ways to Become More Self-Sufficient, posted to the rusticelk.com, Danielle McCoy, who has extensive experience with both urban and rural homesteading, advises to start off small with a kitchen herb garden. McCoy states that you can just stick herbs by a window for a while or use artificial light. Herbs are incredibly easy to grow, require very little maintenance, and very little water. Growing an herb garden in your kitchen window is something that anybody can do to start learning about self-sufficiency. Even if you live in a small apartment, don't have much space, or simply don't have the time for bigger projects, starting off small is something that anybody can do. Starting off small like this is possible for anybody. And after an herb garden could come growing potted plants, and after that could be raising some chickens, and eventually you'll be on your way to producing your own resources. Alright, let's try it again, boys. Let's try it again. Here we go. Doing this in chunks is very efficient because each chunk only requires about a minute of my time to rehearse. So I'm, within a half an hour, I'm getting like 20 to 30 attempts in, or 20 to 30 practice sessions in. In the 2016 article titled 41 Ways to Become More Self-Sufficient, posted to the rusticelk.com, Danielle McCoy, who has extensive experience with both urban and rural homesteading, advises to start off small with a kitchen herb garden. You can just stick herbs by... McCoy states that you can just stick herbs by the garden. Frick. Start over. In the 2016 article titled 41 Ways to Become More Self-Sufficient, Danielle reposted... In the 2016 article titled 41 Ways to Become More Self-Sufficient, posted to the rusticelk.com, Danielle McCoy, who has extensive experience with both urban and rural homesteading, advises to start off small with a kitchen herb garden. McCoy states that you can just stick herbs by a window for a while or use artificial light. Herbs are incredibly easy to grow, require very little maintenance, and very little water. Growing an herb garden is something that anybody can do to get started. Growing an herb garden is something growing an herb garden in your kitchen window is something anybody can do to start learning about the self-sufficient lifestyle. Even if you live in a small apartment, don't have much space, or simply don't have the time for bigger projects, starting off small like this is possible for anyone. And after an herb garden, it can be growing potted plants, and after that could be raising some chickens, and eventually you'll be on your way to producing your own resources. From the top, again, come on, I gotta be able to remember the later parts after saying the earlier parts. Let's go. Repeated practice. In the 2016 article titled 41 Ways... I don't have my flashcard up. In the 2016 article titled 41 Ways to Become More Self-Sufficient, posted to therusticelk.com, Danielle McCoy, who has extensive experience with both urban and rural homesteading, advises to start off small with a kitchen herb garden. McCoy states that you can just stick herbs by a window for a while or use artificial light. Herbs are incredibly easy to grow, require very little maintenance, and very little water. Growing an herb garden in your kitchen window is a great way to start learning about self-sufficient living. Even if you have a small apartment, don't have much space, or simply don't have the time for bigger projects, starting off small like this is something anybody can do. And after an herb garden, it can be growing potted plants, and after that could be raising some chickens. And eventually, you'll be on your way to producing your own resources. Fantastic. I do not have that down, but whatever, I'm going to try to combine it anyway. Here we go. Point 3, the whole thing. Okay, here we go. Not the whole speech, but it's the whole section. Now, with all of this in mind, we can finally talk about how do we obtain the self-sufficient lifestyle. Self-sufficiency is achieved by growing your own food, collecting your own water, and creating all of life's essentials required for survival. Producing all of these resources yourself is the very foundation of self-sufficient living. It is possible to learn how to do each one of these things. Watching YouTube videos on self-sufficiency and homesteading, and also researching beginners' tips on how to obtain self-sufficient living can slowly ease your way into learning what's required for this lifestyle. Now, self-sufficiency doesn't have to mean diving headfirst into an off-grid system out in the countryside. While the eventual goal is producing all of life's necessities yourself, the starting point doesn't have to be so drastic. Working a little at a time and learning the skills necessary along the way can eventually transition you into full self-sufficiency. In the 2016 article, 41 Ways to Become More Self-Sufficient, posted to therusticelk.com, Danielle McCoy, who has extensive experience with both urban and rural homesteading, advises to start off small with a kitchen herb garden. McCoy states that You can just stick herbs by a window for a while, or use artificial light. Herbs are incredibly easy to grow, require very little maintenance, and very little water. Growing an herb garden in your kitchen window is a great way for anybody to get started on how to learn about the self-sufficient lifestyle. Even if you live in a small apartment, don't have that much space, or simply don't have the time for bigger projects, starting small like this is possible for everyone. And after an herb garden could be growing potted plants, and after that could be raising some chickens, and eventually you'll be on your way to obtaining full self-sufficiency. Oh, awesome, guys. Wow. My first attempt combining all of it was great. I'm going to do another attempt or two at it, and then we'll do the conclusion next. And then we'll combine it with the main speech. So, with all this in mind, with all of this in mind, now we can talk about how do we obtain the self-sufficient lifestyle. Self-sufficiency is obtained by growing your own food, collecting your own water, and creating all of life's essentials required for survival. Producing all of these resources on your own is the very foundation for self-sufficient living. It is possible to learn how to do each and every one of these things. Watching YouTube videos on self-sufficiency and homesteading, along with researching beginners' tips on how to achieve self-sufficiency, will slowly ease your way into learning what's required to obtain this lifestyle. Self-sufficiency doesn't have to mean diving headfirst into an off-grid system out in the countryside. While the eventual goal is to produce all of life's necessities yourself, the starting point doesn't have to be so drastic. Working a little at a time, while learning what's necessary along the way, will eventually transition you into obtaining full self-sufficiency. In the 2016 article titled 41 Ways to Become More Self-Sufficient, posted to the rusticelk.com, Danielle McCoy, who has extensive experience with both urban and rural homesteading, advises to start off small with a kitchen herb garden. McCoy states that you can just stick herbs by a window for a while or use artificial light. Herbs are incredibly easy to grow, require very little maintenance, and very little water. Growing an herb garden is something that anybody can do to start learning about the self-sufficient lifestyle. Even if you live in a small apartment, don't have that much space, or simply don't have the time for bigger projects, starting off small like this is possible for everyone. And after an herb garden could be growing potted plants, and after that could be raising some chickens, and eventually you'll be on your way to producing your very own resources. Now, to sum everything up, today we discussed what does self-sufficient living mean, and what's the stability gained through doing it. Why do we need self-sufficient living when other things are available to us already? And how do we obtain the self-sufficient lifestyle? With proper research and a little time, you too can start living self-sufficiently and being free from your dependency on others. Thousands of people have accomplished self-sufficient living. These people have removed their dependency on society and are able to survive on their own. So, whenever a disaster strikes, they won't feel the consequences like the rest of America will. Why not join them and give yourself a more stable life? Awesome. Alright, let's memorize that last part. So, to sum everything up, today we talked about what does self-sufficiency mean? Why do we need self-sufficiency when other things are available to us already? And how do we achieve self-sufficient living? With proper research and a little time, you too can start living self-sufficiently and being free of your dependency on others. Thousands of people have accomplished the self-sufficient lifestyle. These people have removed their dependency on society and are able to survive on their own. So whenever a disaster strikes, these people will be able to survive on their own. So whenever a disaster strikes, they won't feel the consequences like the rest of America will. Why not join them and make a more stable life for yourself? Alright, this part should be easy. Come on boys, come on boys. With proper research and a little time, you too can start living self-sufficiently and remove... With proper research and a little time, you too can start living self-sufficiently and being free of your dependency on others. Thousands of people have obtained the self-sufficient lifestyle. Thousands of people have obtained the self-sufficient lifestyle. These people have removed their dependency on society and are able to survive completely on their own. So, whenever a disaster strikes, they won't feel the consequences like the rest of America will. Why not join them and create a more stable life for yourself? Alright, here we go. Now, to sum everything up, we talked about what does self-sufficient living mean? Why do we need self-sufficiency when other things exist for us already? And how do we obtain self-sufficient living? With proper research and a little bit of time, you too can become self-sufficient and be free of your dependency on others. Thousands of people have achieved the self-sufficient lifestyle. These people are free of their dependency on others and are able to live on their own. God damn it, I'm screwing this up. Thousands of people have accomplished full self-sufficient living. These people have removed their dependency on society and are able to survive all on their own. So, when a disaster strikes, they won't feel the consequences like the rest of America will. Why not join them and ensure a better lifestyle for yourself? Alright, boom. Alright. Alright. Oh boy, 7 o'clock, less than 2 hours to go. We are going to take it from the top. Oh boy, that's the whole speech. We're going to take it from the top. Take it from the top. It's the beginning of the pandemic, March 2020. I go to the grocery store like I do every week to buy some food. But when I arrive, the sight I see before me shocks me. Most of the shelves are empty. I start to panic. What if all the food's gonna be gone? In my panic, I start to stock up on food in anticipation of a full-on food shortage, thinking that there will be nothing left by next week. Thankfully, however, my worst fears were never realized. The food returned to the shelves next week, and I avoided the potential famine that this pandemic could have brought about. Ever since that harrowing experience, I started to realize just how much we rely on grocery stores to provide the food that we need every week. So since then, I've done extensive research on self-sufficient living solutions, so I'm not caught off guard again when another disaster hits. I've even put my knowledge to practice by making my own aquaponics setup in my home. And now, I want to share with all of you some of what I've learned over the past couple years. In this unstable world, I believe self-sufficient living can provide American citizens with guaranteed stability. Today, we're going to be talking about what is self-sufficient living, why do we need self-sufficient living when other things are available to us already, and how do we achieve self-sufficient living and guarantee ourselves with stability. So first off, we have to ask, what is self-sufficient living? In the article, What Self-Sufficient Living is About and 8 Tips on How to Achieve It, posted to morningchores.com, Jennifer Poindexter, who's been a full-time homesteader since 2010, defines self-sufficient living as being able to supply one's own needs without external assistance. In other words, self-sufficient living means growing your own food, collecting your own water, and producing your own power. Self-sufficiency ensures a lifetime of stability because you'll be making everything you need yourself while never having to rely on others to provide you with life's essentials. Now that we've defined self-sufficient living, it makes sense to ask, why do we need to do it when other methods are available to us already? Self-sufficiency makes sure that we have everything we need to get by. It ensures that your food, water, and power are all provided for since you're providing for it yourself. It protects you from the consequences of any disaster that could occur, such as a food shortage. People are heavily reliant on the supply chain working properly so that their grocery stores will always have the food they need to buy. The fragility of this whole system was exposed in the recent supply chain problems that the US is facing. In the 2022 article posted to usatoday.com titled, "Grocery Stores Still Have Empty Shelves Amid Supply Chain Disruptions, Omicron, and Winter Storms," Jeff Freeman, who is the CEO and president of Consumer Brands Association, states that U.S. grocery stores typically have 5 to 10% of items out of stock at any given time. Right now, however, that unavailability rate is hovering around 15%. This rise in unavailability speaks to the detrimental impact that a supply chain crisis can have on our lives. If you are dependent on the grocery stores providing you with food, then your very survival is at risk whenever a problem occurs. However, if you provide food for yourself, then if a catastrophe hits, you won't be caught off guard by the affected food supplies. In the current state of the world that we live in, there is a constant risk of global conflict occurring. Right now, the tensions around the world are high as the war between Ukraine and Russia commences. Even if the current conflict doesn't affect American citizens directly right now, there's always a chance for global conflict to occur in the future. Self-sufficient living ensures that if the United States ever gets involved in a massive global conflict, then you won't have to worry about the supply shortages that will result from it. People who produce their own resources are able to survive on their own despite any other mess that's happening in the world. Now, with all this in mind, the question is, how do we obtain self-sufficient living? Self-sufficiency is achieved by growing your own food, collecting your own water, and creating all of life's essentials required for your survival. Producing all these resources yourself is the very foundation that self-sufficiency is based on. It is possible to learn how to do each and every one of these things. Watching YouTube videos on self-sufficiency and homesteading, while also researching beginners' tips on how to work towards self-sufficiency, will slowly ease you into learning what's required to obtain this lifestyle. Now, self-sufficiency doesn't have to mean diving headfirst into a fully off-grid system out in the countryside. While the eventual goal is to produce all of life's necessities yourself, the starting point doesn't have to be so drastic. Working a little at a time while learning the skills necessary along the way will eventually transition you into obtaining full self-sufficiency. In the 2016 article titled 41 Ways to Become More Self-Sufficient, posted to the rusticelk.com, Danielle McCoy, who has extensive experience with both urban and rural homesteading, advises to start off small with a kitchen herb garden. McCoy states that you can just stick herbs by a window for a while or use artificial lights. Herbs are incredibly easy to grow, require very little maintenance, and very little water. Growing an herb garden in your kitchen window is a fantastic way for anybody to start learning about the self-sufficient lifestyle. Even if you have a small apartment, don't have much space, or simply don't have the time for bigger projects, starting off small like this is possible for everyone. And after an herb garden can be growing potted plants, and after that could be raising some chickens. And soon you'll be on your way towards producing your own resources yourself. Now, to sum everything up, today we discussed what is self-sufficient living, why do we need to do self-sufficient living when other options are available to us, and how do we achieve self-sufficient living? Now, with proper research and a little time, you too can start living self-sufficiently and removing your and being free of your dependency on others. Thousands of people have accomplished full self-sufficient living. These people have removed their dependency on society and are able to survive on their own. So, whenever a disaster happens, they won't feel the consequences of it like the rest of America will. Why not join them and create a better and more stable lifestyle for yourself? Yes! Oh my god, guys. That was completely memorized and going off my flashcards. I only hesitated on a couple sentences, but oh man, that was so good. Hell yeah. Unfortunately, I wasn't recording. I'm not dressed for it, and I'm not set up for it and all that, but wow. That attempt was actually pretty long, but wow, I got it, guys. Hell yeah. The sentences that I didn't know, I was able to look at my notes and I was able to craft a new sentence myself. Hell yeah, guys. Oh my gosh. Alright, so... Alright guys, you just heard my successful attempt. I gotta record that now. I gotta record that and, I'm gonna record that and then, whatchamacallit? I gotta record that and then make sure that I get a good attempt in front of the camera and then post it. Post it, and then I'm gonna have to respond. I'm gonna have to watch other people's speeches and compliment them on theirs. And then I have one more assignment to do after that. I think it's like a personal critique of my own speech. I don't know what it is, but it's I don't think it's that big of a part of my grade, so yeah, I'm gonna go do all that. I'm gonna go do it in my kitchen, or in my dining room, since I have a good backdrop there. And yeah. Yeah, so yeah, I'm gonna get off stream. I hope you guys all enjoyed. I know it was just basically 8 hours. I think it was about 6 hours of me practicing my speech and then complaining about stuff. But hopefully you all still enjoyed, despite all that. Again, I do apologize for getting mad at my cats. The easy solution is to kick them out of my room. But it's like, I want them to be in my room, and I want them to, like being in my room and stuff. And I talked about how they wanted to be in my room earlier, so it breaks my heart that I have to scold them because they're doing something, bad or whatever. But I mean, I don't know. I'll have to think on it. I'll have to sleep on it and figure out a solution. So I think the solution for Yoko is to take her to the vet, because she has some health problems that is causing her to do this. So. But yeah. Anyway, with all that said, I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna have to use this mic to record my speech anyway, no matter where I set it up, and then I'm gonna have to do several attempts of the speech, probably, and then I'm gonna have to transcribe it and then submit it. And then I'm gonna have to listen to other people's speeches, and then write them compliments on their speeches. I'll probably have to watch at least 3 of them or whatever the standard normally is. And then I'll have another assignment after that, where I think it's just like a self-critique or something like that. I won't have to do, I won't have to use the backdrop out in the kitchen for it. I'll probably just be able to do it in my room. So I'm just in my chair or whatever. So it's going to be another recorded speech, which I will have to use this microphone for again. So I have a very busy hour and a half ahead of me. So yeah, and all of it I won't be able to, talk to you guys. So yeah, I'm going to get off. And then by then it's going to be, 9 p.m. So I'm going to have to... So then it'll be, the normal time I get off stream anyway. So I won't, essentially it's going to be silent on stream for the next 2 hours. So, and then I'm going to end the stream. So I might as well just end it now. But yeah, hope you guys enjoyed. I was actually able to do my speech proper like that. I had a full successful run, which is amazing. Oh my god, I guess I'm good at memorizing stuff. I don't know. I had to give speeches in school before, presentations and stuff, and That was difficult. It was easier for me than I made it out to be. I still don't like it, but you know, we all figure out how to do it, right, our own way. So they don't give us assignments that we can't do. Is my philosophy. They just give us assignments that we don't want to do. There's a reason why we don't want to do them, right? More than just I'm lazy. But it is what it is, right? So anyway, I'm gonna be successful with this speech. Yeah, and I'm gonna get that recorded and submitted and all that. So, and yeah, I'll return on stream next Friday, for sure. Next Friday, 10 or 11 Pacific time, obviously. So, yeah, depending on when I wake up. So we'll see. College is over, but I'm gonna have to spend this week doing research. I say I'm gonna have to do something this week, and it's always, you know, I didn't do it. You know, I always come on stream on Friday. I'm like, hey, so I didn't do it. You know, past 4 days I was just dicking off. It's always like that. But yeah, anyway, guys, I won't talk anymore. I need to get going. I need to get this speech presented, recorded, and submitted. So, and then yeah. So yeah, anyway guys, that's gonna do it for me. This is Big Pasta Gaming. You guys have been Little Pasta watching. And I will see you all on Friday. Hope you all have a good night's sleep tonight, and I hope you all have a good week this week. And I'll see y'all next time. Bye-bye everybody. Sayonara. Take care everyone. Have a good sleep. Have a good sleep. Good sleep these nights, guys. Get sleep. You guys need your sleep. I get my sleep. You guys need to get your sleep. I'm also making sure I feed myself at least something, right? I'm not like starving myself. So, you know, you guys better be eating proper too. Eating proper, taking care of yourselves, avoiding risks, and staying safe, and getting good sleep. You guys gotta tick all those boxes because it's kind of like the basics for survival. But yeah, anyway guys, while I still remember this speech, I'm gonna head off. Good night everybody. Sayonara. Take care everyone. Hope you all have a good week. I'll see you all Friday. Good night everybody. Bye bye. Mwah. Mwah. Where's my controller? Take care everyone. Talk to you all later. Bye bye. 8 hours is on the shorter side of my streams. Bye bye everybody. Good night. Sleep well. Night night. Nini.